गणपतिगुं हवामहे कविं कवीनामुपमश्रवस्तमम् ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणस्पत आनशृण्वन्नोतिभिः सीदसादनम् प्रणो देवी सरस्वती वाजेभिर्वाजिनीवती धीनामवित्रयवतु गणेशाय नमः सरस्वत्यै नमः श्रीगुरुभ्यो नमः हरिः ओम्।
शुक्लां भरधरं विष्णुं शशिवर्णं चतुर्भुजं प्रसन्नवदनं ध्यायेत् सर्वविघ्नोपशान्तये गुरुब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुदेवो महेश्वरा गुरु साक्षात् परब्रह्मा तस्मै श्री गुरुवे नमः।
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, for thy will be done. Forgive us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
नमो तस्स भगवतो अरहतो सम्मा सम्बुद्दस्स बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि संघं शरणं गच्छामि। बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहीम ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह मुहम्मदुर रसूलुल्लाह मुहम्मदुर रसूलुल्लाह मुहम्मदुर रसूलुल्लाह। ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। ॐ साईश्वराय विद्महे सत्यदेवाय धीमहि तन्नः सर्वः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ साईश्वराय विद्महे सत्यदेवाय धीमहि तन्नः सर्वः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ साईश्वराय विद्महे सत्यदेवाय धीमहि तन्नः सर्वः प्रचोदयात्। शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। अगजानन पद्मार्कम् गजाननम् अगर्निशम् अनेकदन्तम् मंगलदायक विनायक सुंदर सुंदर विनायक
सुंदर विनायक
सुंदर सुंदर विनायक शुभ मंगलदायक विनायक शुभ मंगलदायक विनायक पीर्ण कोटि हर विमल गजानन पीर्ण कोटि हर विमल गजानन सकल विघ्न हर साई गजानन सकल विघ्न हर साई गजानन ईश्वरी गणपति गजानन ईश्वरी गणपति गजानन सुंदर सुंदर विनायक शुभ मंगलदायक विनायक
शिरडी के साई पहती के बाबा 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 तुम हो हमारे
सर्वधर्म प्रिय देवा
सर्वधर्म प्रिय देवा
सर्वधर्म प्रिय देवा
सर्वधर्म प्रिय देवा
सत्य साई देवा सत्य साई देवा
सत्य साई देवा
अल्लाह यीशु बुद्ध और नानक
येशु करुणानिधि
अल्लाह यीशु बुद्ध और नानक
येशु करुणानिधि
सौराष्ट्र महावीर तुम हो
सौराष्ट्र महावीर तुम हो
सौराष्ट्र महावीर तुम हो
सौराष्ट्र महावीर तुम हो
राम भी तुम हो कृष्ण भी तुम हो
कृष्ण भी तुम हो
राम भी तुम हो कृष्ण भी तुम हो
कृष्ण भी तुम हो
विश्वरूप तुम हो
स्वरूप तुम हो
विश्वरूप तुम हो
साई विश्वरूप तुम हो
साई विश्वरूप तुम हो
साई विश्वरूप तुम हो
सर्वधर्म प्रिय देवा
सर्वधर्म प्रिय देवा
सत्य साई देवा
सत्य साई देवा
यीशु बुद्ध नानक
येशु करुणानिधि
सौराष्ट्र महावीर तुम हो
सौराष्ट्र महावीर तुम हो
राम भी तुम हो कृष्ण भी तुम हो विश्वरूप तुम हो विश्वरूप तुम हो विश्वरूप तुम हो विश्वरूप तुम हो साई विश्वरूप तुम हो सर्वधर्म प्रिय देवा शांति शांति शांति
మనసుకు మరొక పేరు కూడా ఉంటున్నది అంతఃకరణ అని.
There is one more name given to mind, that is Antahkarana.
అంతఃకరణ అనగా లోపల ఇంద్రియము, లోపల పనిముట్టు అని.
Antahkarana actually means inner instrument.
అంతఃకరణ యందు ఇది నిత్య అనిత్య విషయాన్ని పరిశీలన గావించడానికి ప్రయత్నిస్తుంది.
The inner instrument, Antahkarana, tries to discriminate between permanent and impermanent
ఈ
things.
నిత్యానిత్య విషయ పరిశీలన చేసేటువంటి ఒక స్వభావం కలిగటం చేత దీనికే బుద్ధి అని పేరు వచ్చింది.
The name Buddhi has been given to Antahkarana, the intelligence, on account of its power to discriminate between permanent and impermanent
ఇది
things.
మహా సూక్ష్మమైనటువంటిది.
This is extremely subtle.
దేహము కంటే ఇంద్రియము, ఇంద్రియము కంటే మనసు, మనసు కంటే బుద్ధి, ఒకదానికంటే ఒకటి అతి సూక్ష్మమైన స్వరూపాలు.
Compared to body, the senses. Compared to senses, mind. compared to my intellect. Each one gradually is more and more subtle and subtle.
ఈ బుద్ధి కంటే సూక్ష్మమైనటువంటిది ఆత్మ.
Subtler than the intellect is Atma.
ఈ బుద్ధి ఆత్మకు సమీపంగా ఉండటం చేత ఇది మహాప్రభావవంతమైనటువంటిదిగా ఉంటుంది.
On account of the close association of intelligence with Atma, it is extremely powerful.
బుద్ధి గలవాడే శ్రద్ధను పూని జ్ఞానమును పొందగలడు.
A person who is endowed with real intelligence alone will have Shraddha and will be able to achieve
అయితే
the end
ఈ
of life.
బుద్ధి అనేది ఒక అద్దం వంటిది.
But this intelligence can be compared to a mirror.
అద్దం ఎంత పరిశుద్ధమైనటువంటిది అయినప్పటికీ దానికి వెనుక భాగము లోపల ఒక రసాయనం పూయాలి, పాదరసం అనేటువంటి దాన్ని పూయాలి.
Whatever be the purity of the mirror, if you want to get your image reflected, mercury must be applied to the back of the mirror.
అద్దమునకు పాదరసం ఒకవైపున పూసినప్పుడే నీ ప్రతిబింబం అందులో స్పష్టంగా కనిపిస్తుంది.
You would be able to see the reflection of yourself in the mirror only when to the back of the mirror mercury is applied and made to reflect.
అట్లు కాకుండా అద్దము ఎంత పరిశుద్ధమైనటువంటి అయినప్పటికీ పాదరసమే పూయకుండినా నీ ప్రతిబింబం అందులో కనిపించదు.
However clean a mirror may be, without mercury on the back of it, you will not be able to get yourself reflected in it.
అటులనే బుద్ధి చాలా పవిత్రమైనటువంటిది, విలువైనటువంటిది, ఘనమైనటువంటిది అయినప్పటికీ దీనికి మరొక వైపున ప్రేమ అనేటువంటి రసాన్ని పూసినప్పుడే ఇందులో నీ యొక్క స్వస్వరూపాన్ని సుస్పష్టంగా నీవు చూడగలవు.
You will be able to realize yourself reflected in buddhi only when this buddhi or intelligence is backed up by love.
My most humble pranams at the divine lotus feet of our Bhagwan Baba. I would like to warmly welcome you all to the national birthday celebrations in the humble abode of Sanbach. It is lovely to see so many of you here who have ventured up north from different parts of the UK. A loving Sai welcome on behalf of Region 5. Today, we have a packed program with dramas to music, a panel discussion, and of course, our guest speaker. Before we begin, there are some housekeeping points to go over. Toilets are along the corridor. Here are the 2 emergency exits. In case of emergency, please exit through the hall, outside the building, turn right, and follow the path to the sports pitch. Or you could even follow the Sevadals with the UK scarf. There's a table for food bank items in the dining hall to the far left. And there is a creche for little children, which will open after the Bal Vikas program. So follow the signs to the ladies' toilets, and it's signposted from there. Or you could just proceed outside and turn right under the bridge. And please turn your phones on silent. And for first aiders, in case of any need, they'll be wearing green jackets. I'd first like to welcome our national president of the Sri Sathya Sai Organization UK, Brother Pratap Thakur, to give us our welcome address for today. Jai Sai Ram.
I offer myself at the lotus feet of our beloved Bhagwan Sri Sathya Sai Baba. Respected elders, distinguished guests, brothers, sisters, dearest children, Jai Sai Ram. Like Sister said, it is a great pleasure to be with you all here in Region 5 and celebrating our dear Lord's birthday with you all. Today we are all gathered here to celebrate the auspicious occasion of the 98th birth anniversary of our dear Bhagwan Sri Sathya Sai Baba. On this day, we honor not only his remarkable life he led, also the profound impact he continues to have on our lives and the lives of countless individuals worldwide. His life was a beacon of hope, guiding us towards a path of spirituality, kindness, and compassion. He taught us that love knows no bounds, and it is through love that we can achieve true peace and happiness. His selfless service and humanitarian initiatives have uplifted countless lives, providing education, healthcare, and support to those in need. As we commemorate this day, let us rekindle the flame of love and compassion within our hearts. Let us strive to follow the footsteps of our dearest Bhagwan and embody his teachings and make a positive difference in the world. May we all continue to honor his legacy by spreading love, practicing selfless service, and fostering unity amongst all beings. To add to the excitement of today's event, I would like to take this opportunity to announce that there will be a World Youth Conference taking place in Prashanthi Nilayam from 22nd to 24th July next year. So this is something for all our young adults to look forward to. Also on this occasion of Swami's 98th year of Advent, it gives me great pleasure to announce that we have formed a UK Centenary Advisory Committee made up of senior leaders who have been pillars of our organization over many years to join in the planning an extraordinary event to mark his 100th birth date. There is also a separate planning committee that will work alongside this advisory committee. So we've got some exciting times ahead of us over the next 2 years. The committee has decided that the first of the many activities which we will offer at the Divine Lotus Feet will be 1008 community house bhajans, or starting from 23rd November 2023 to November 2025. The first community house bhajans have already been organized for 23rd November 2023. So this is something that we will all work towards and offer the 1008 house bhajans to our beloved Lord on November 2025. We've had an exciting year this year, with lots of events, lots of national celebrations. There were two key highlights of the year. One was the Center Leaders Conference, which happened in July, and the pilgrimage to Prashanthi Nilayam, a journey to Sai. We will be shortly sharing with you all the highlights of the events of the year, and I hope you enjoy the program. Thank you very much, and Jai Sai Ram to all of you.
My humble pranams at the lotus feet of Bhagavan Sri Sathya Sai Baba. A warm welcome to you all. Jai Sai Ram. Many of you have heard that on Swami's 95th birthday, he said that everyone wishes him happy birthday, but he is always happy, and it is us that should try to achieve this happiness. So what better way to begin our program with our Bal Vikas children from Region 5 who exude this happiness? Our theme for the whole year has been Journey to Sai. The Bal Vikas children of Bradford, Halifax, Warrington, Greater Manchester, and Newcastle have looked at this goal and how our lives is always a journey to Sai. Swami has helped us with a beautiful quote. Life is a game, play it. Life is a challenge, meet it. Life is a sacrifice, offer it. And life is love, so enjoy it. So let us watch the children bring this quote to life. Jai Sai Ram.
Respected elders, aunties, uncles, brothers and sisters, Jai Sai Ram. We, the Bal Vikas children of Region 5, have prepared a loving offering for our beloved Lord.
You like Ludo? Do you like playing a game? Yes. Life is a game. Play.
Shri Sai Ram. Life is a game. Play it. Swami said that just like in a game of snakes and ladders, there are also snakes and ladders in life. Snakes are difficulties, like my difficulty is doing my work.
My difficulty is getting most of my spellings wrong.
On behalf of my classmate Helen, who is unfortunately unable to join today, I will be doing all of his parts. Shaylin's difficulty was losing his football match. My difficulty in life is learning how to do maths, as I have a hard time learning all the concepts. But now I am getting better at maths as I'm putting my mind to it.
And ladders are successes like?
My achievement is doing good in swimming.
My achievement is getting gold in gymnastics.
Shaylin's achievement was becoming a corporal in the Royal Air Force Cadets. My biggest achievement in life is learning piano because I find it really easy to learn, and I am currently on grade 2.
Swami says that to be happy, we have to accept both snakes and ladders as his Sivanj Prasadam.
Swami says that when a guest comes to your home, you can't allow only the face inside and keep the feet outside. In the same way, if we want to welcome life and welcome Swami into our lives, we must welcome both pleasure and pain equally. So, winning in the game of life means feeling only gratitude when we encounter the snakes and ladders of our lives, and remembering that having an open mind and an open heart will bring us closer and closer to Swami.
Thank you.
And Jai Sai Ram.
Roll up, roll up, roll up. Let's see what the Manchester children have to say. Let me spin the wheel again. Go. You all go through challenges, don't you? Life is a challenge. Meet it.
Life is a challenge, and as we go through it, we have many opportunities to meet it. When we do have the courage to meet the challenge, the reward may surprise us. Let us watch the following short story. One day, a thief was walking along and came across a guru meditating. He thought this would be an ideal moment to change his bad habits.
Oh, holy saint, please tell me, how can I redeem myself following all the bad activities I have been involved in?
My dear, why don't you try and give up just one bad habit? But you must do your best to stick to it.
I could give up stealing. No. I can't give up my livelihood. That would lead to hunger and perhaps an early death. Drinking and gambling? Definitely no. That's too much entertainment to let go of.
How about speaking the truth?
I do tell a lot of lies. Okay, Guru, challenge accepted. I will speak the truth from now on.
The thief then went away and changed into his work clothes, and was all set to steal the diamonds from the king's palace. That night the king could not sleep, and so was standing on the terrace. He could hear some noise, and so quickly took off his crown and went to investigate.
Oh my God! You scared me! Who are you?
I'm just like you, a thief. What is it you're trying to steal?
I've heard the king has 5 big, bright diamonds in his safe. I'm thinking, if we work together, you can have 2 of them.
Okay, that sounds good. I think I just know where they might be.
Here's your 2. I think I'll take 2 as well. And let's leave one for the king. It's only fair.
Where do you live?
Just locally here in Sandbach on 81 Church Street.
Okay, see you around. Enjoy your share.
Next day, the palace officials had discovered there had been a break-in.
Minister, please go and evaluate the damage.
Oh no! The thief went for the diamonds. But what a fool. He forgot one. I don't think anyone will miss this. King, they took all your diamonds. It's such a shame. I think we do have insurance. I'll go and check.
Wait, go to 81 Church Street and bring the man who lives there. Did you steal the diamonds from the palace last night?
Time out. What to do? I could admit it and go to prison, or I could deny it and walk off into the sunset and spend my hard-earned money. Oh no! I just remembered I said I would speak the truth from yesterday onwards. Or maybe I could start that again from tomorrow. Decisions. Timing. My king, there were 2 of us. I don't know the other guy, but we took 2 diamonds each and left 1 in the safe.
Okay, now go and check the pockets of my minister. I need honest people around me. Thief, from now on you'll be my minister, and minister, you'll be the one going to prison.
Whoa, time out. Did that really just happen? I'm now a minister on the back of giving up 1 bad habit.
Yes, my son. You met the challenge in front of you by deciding to do the right thing. Life is a series of challenges, and giving up 1 bad quality at a time will help you meet any challenge you come across. It isn't always easy, but you have the capacity to overcome it and reap the reward.
Roll up, roll up, roll up, roll up! Where is my wheel? I need to spin it for the Warrington children. Oh, there it is. Ah, we all do sacrifices. Life is a sacrifice. Offer it.
Respected elders, brothers and sisters, Jai Salam. We, the Bal Vikas children of Warrington, have prepared a humble offering to Swami on the topic, life is a sacrifice. Offer it.
Swami says that we should have the firm faith that we are the messengers of God. He reminds us that it is our primary duty to practice and propagate the principles of truth, love, and peace, and to experience this bliss and to share it with others.
Swami says one should be prepared to sacrifice everything for the sake of God. Under any circumstances, we should not disobey the command of God. That is determination. We should not feel upset when we are weighed down by difficulties. God will never impose on us ordeals that we cannot bear.
We sometimes all feel worried, don't we?
What worries me is not doing well in my exams.
What worries me is not doing well on my exams when I've prepared for them.
What worries me is getting injured playing sports.
What worries me is speaking in front of a large audience.
What worries me is to be bitten by a spider.
What worries me is my exams. We all wonder why Swami is giving us all these challenges, and we worry they are too hard to overcome.
Swami asks us to remember his words, that he tests his devotees in various ways. Test is the taste of God. Do not fear any test. Be ready to sacrifice, even your life for the sake of God. Only then will God protect you. Do not fear any difficulties, as they are passing clouds. Do not waver.
Swami says you should follow your heart, which is steady and unwavering. When you purify your heart and surrender yourself completely to God, he manifests instantly. He does not delay even for a moment.
Just as long as you stand by me. So Swami, Swami, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. If the sky that we look upon should tumble and fall, or the mountains should crumble to the sea, I won't cry, no, I won't shed a tear, just as long as you stand by me. So Swami, Swami, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me.
Let us offer ourselves to Swami as his messengers and have firm faith that he will be guiding us and guarding us in whatever we do. Jai Sairam.
Jai Sairam.
Roll up, roll up, roll up, roll up. I feel like dancing after the song. Roll up, roll up. Let me spin the wheel for Halifax children. Whoa, there it goes. Hey, the most important value, love. Life is love. Enjoy it.
గడిచే ప్రతి క్షణం నీతోనే గడపాలని మేము వినే పదాలన్నీ నీ మాటలే కావాలని గడిచే ప్రతి క్షణం నీతోనే గడపాలని మేము వినే పదాలన్నీ నీ మాటలే కావాలని మాలోని తలపులన్నీ నీకు వివరించాలని క్రియలన్నీ కర్తకే అంకితం చేయాలని వేచి ఉన్నాము ఈ రోజుకై ఓ నేస్తమా ప్రియమైన బంధమా ప్రేమకు రూపమా మా అందరి ప్రాణమా ఓ నేస్తమా Every morning when the sun comes out to play, it wears the same bright orange dress as Swami wears today. It's the color of Sathya Sai, the color of love. He is love, he is love, he is everything, everywhere. We are love, and that is what creation's made of. Sathya Sai, Sathya Sai, Sathya Sai Babaji. Sathya Sai, Sathya Sai, Sathya Sai Babaji. Shirdi Sai, Sathya Sai, Prema Sai Babaji. Sathya Sai, you and I. Sathya Sai Babaji. प्यार का सागर है, तू प्यार का सागर है। तेरी एक बूंद के प्यार से हम, तेरी एक बूंद के प्यार से हम, लौटा जो दिया तूने, लौटा जो दिया तूने, चले
Let us all remember the message of this offering today. Life is a game, play it. Life is a challenge, meet it. Life is a sacrifice, offer it. Life is love, enjoy it. In every moment of our life, Swami is with us. We will face challenges and celebrations, some perhaps more than others, but most importantly, Swami is with our beloved Swami is guiding us through each of these moments. Jai Sai Ram.
Om Shri Sai Ram. Wasn't that a lovely performance? Please give them all another round of applause. I feel slightly underdressed compared to Brother Deepak. Sorry, I'm lacking the top hat and the red coat, so you'll have to forgive me. But it was really good going through all those different. I'm tempted to spin the wheel. I won't. Don't worry. Right, let's move on. We have our guest speaker coming up, and it's my great pleasure to be able to introduce him, Brother Jagdish Chandra Saraswatula. He joined the Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning all the way back in the year 2000. So then there he completed his master's in biophotonics, and then he did a PhD in physics. He then did a postgraduate diploma in strategy and innovation, much more locally here in Warwick Business School. Brother Jagdish has been blessed to be part of Swami's entourage when Swami visited Chennai and Kodai in 2007. And then 3 years later, when Swami visited Delhi and Shimla, he also had the fortune of joining Swami then. Not only that, he's been very fortunate to give talks in the Divine Presence on a number of occasions, the Atirudra Mahayagna, the Vice Chancellor's Conference, the Veda Purusha Saptagyan Yagna, and also Swami's birthday celebrations. He's also acted in several dramas in the Divine Presence, and not only that, on the other side, he's also scripted and directed several items as well. Presently, Brother Jagdish works in the capacity of the Director of Product Management at Brooks Automation in Germany. And he works in the domain of semiconductor manufacturing and process control. Now, I have to say, apologies, due to unforeseen circumstances, Brother Jagdish is not able to be with us here physically, but he shall be gracing us with his presence on the video. And we shall see this in two parts, okay? 2 parts. So this is part 1 now, and part 2 will be on later today. So without further ado, please welcome Brother Jagdish. Jai Sai Ram.
Om Shri Sai Ram. Offering our most humble and loving salutations at the divine lotus feet of our most beloved Swami. Respected elders, dear sisters and brothers from United Kingdom Sai Organization. Loving Sai Ram to each and every one. On this holy and auspicious celebration of our Lord's birthday. It's a great privilege and an honor to be able to share my thoughts on this very auspicious and holy occasion. As I was thinking about planning my talk for this particular session, I was wondering what would be something apt to share. And in the due course, a few thoughts came up. But one of the most important things that my mind went back to and pondered on a very specific topic, which is extremely relevant today for us, being Swami's devotee, what does it actually mean? How does that distinguish us? Or how has it elevated us in our lives? How has it made us different? What clear impact do we see in ourselves when we say that we have seen and lived with God? Let me take us all back to a conversation in the Thrice session, the year being 2002. And Thrice session was a wonderful opportunity, a very closed-door discussion between students and Bhagwan at Swami's residence, the Tribe Vrindavan at Bangalore. On this particular day, Swami said something so very different than what I had heard until then. Swami said that God is not needed in this universe at all. Quite a counterintuitive statement than what we are asked to believe, or rather than what we believe normally. And then Swami went on to explain. He said, there are certain set rules and regulations based on which the world continues to function, the universe functions. And God has literally nothing to do with it. The universe functions on its set course. Things, events happen as they're supposed to happen. Everything is based on the principle of reflection, reaction, resound. What one does, he gets back. The words spoken come back. The actions done come back in some form or the other. Then what is the role of God? And Swami said, God is merely a witness. He just witnesses that everything, or he just witnesses all that is happening and just makes sure that things are happening in the right way. He's just an eternal witness. Swami very beautifully describes that poem regarding Guru, and then he ends with Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam, the one who is a constant, eternal witness. So that brings us back to the question, who Swami is? Who exactly is Swami? We are used to giving substance or adding substance to feelings, to thoughts, to concepts, to conjectures, and that is what we do typically. If at all Swami asked any one of us, tell me who I am, and he has asked that question, and many a times people have given different answers, and to each and every one Swami said no. In fact, on one fine day, somebody said, Swami, you are Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva, you are the one who do all of this. And he went on to say, no, I am not them. They are the officers I have appointed to take care of the creation. And then you suddenly wake up. If the one sitting clad in orange and an afro haircut tells that the most celebrated gods, or the most celebrated names that we know in our philosophy are officers appointed by him to take care of the creation, then who he is? The answer cannot be expressed in words. It's an experience, and that is why it is said the end or the culmination of the whole Vedanta is an experience. Just imagine you come across a caveman who has been totally cut off from civilization, and one fine day he happens to come face to face with you, and you want to explain to him, or you want to make him understand what a vanilla ice cream tastes like. And the only way you can do that is through words. What can you possibly tell him that he understands what it tastes like? Literally nothing. You can tell him it's soft, it's cold, it's buttery, it has the flavor of that of vanilla, but all of that amounts to nothing. It's just words. He will understand what a vanilla ice cream is the day he eats it himself, when he experiences it. And that's exactly what a lot of these philosophies, the schools of thought, the Vedas, the Upanishads, all that they are trying to do is basically explain that vanilla ice cream to us. They can never give us the experience. They can only try to add words to it, to articulate it, so that one fine day we elevate our understanding to a level wherein we get that unadulterated experience, and then we know what it is. In that context, in the year 1993, during the summer course, Swami explained one of the most elusive concepts regarding God, Godhood, and spirituality, which is, of course, one of the 6 streams of philosophies or knowledge in the Sanatana Dharma, also known as Shad Darshanas, and that is Sankhya. If we take literally by the word, Sankhya means number, to count. And what is it that we are counting? Allow me a moment here. Sankhya is the most rational explanation of this creation, of God, of nature, and everything around us without actually using the word God. In that way, it is an atheistic philosophy because it does not derive any fundamental principles or any fundamental conjectures from the Vedas and the Upanishads. It tries to define everything from ground zero, a very rational explanation, cause and effect based, and it tries to untangle the mystery of the universe. And if one is a student of physics, will appreciate a unifying theory which tries to tie everything together and give a very simplistic explanation of a lot of questions. What is God? What is creation? And how did these things come about? And what I'm seeing right now? How can it be best explained? So the concept starts with a primordial entity called Purusha, or the eternal witness. And that's what I had tried to explain just a while ago, that this is what Swami said, I am the eternal witness. That is one aspect of that. And the other aspect is Prakriti, that is nature. From the nature comes a principle of cosmic intelligence. That is not the human or individual intelligence, but a cosmic, all-pervading intelligence. And from that cosmic intelligence comes the ego, or ahankara, what we call. It is what sort of defines what I am, or what that I feeling is. Suppose a tiger comes in front of me suddenly. What is it that prompts me, or what is it that tells me, run from here? What is it that I'm trying to save? That is that feeling called I. And this I, what the ahankara, is basically a universal thing, not an individual level. From here now come down a lot of other things: manas, buddhi, chitta, ahankara, the individual ego, and then you have the 5 senses of perception, 5 senses of cognition, 5 tanmatras, and the 5 panchabhutas. So basically, if you add all these up together, they are 24 in number. And this 24 is a sankhya, a number. And everything is explained through a cause and effect scenario through these 24 entities. Purusha being a non-participating witness to this entire dance, to this entire phenomena. If we go through this philosophy, one thing that strikes us is it tries to simplify it, but it is not that simple. It tries to tell that all that is needed is to negate what you are not. You are not any of these 24 things. You are the witness. And once that realization comes, once that realization dawns, that is moksha. And Swami's beautiful words, mohakshaya. We are illusioned to believe that we are all the 24, but we are not. We are that which witnesses, which is a grand witness to this orchestra. This is very beautifully explained by Swami in Ramakatha Rasvahini. It was the time when Rama, Lakshmana and Sita were in exile, and they went different places within the forests, and they were welcomed by a lot of hermitages, and everyone was curious and anxious to see who Lord Rama was. And when they would enter a hermitage, Rama and Lakshmana would proceed on the gents' side with the males, and Mother Sita would be accompanied by the females. And from there, they would try to find out who Lord Rama is among all those men sitting there. They have heard so much about him. And they would point at each and every one and ask, is that Rama? And Mother Sita would nod, no. In that way, they kept asking every one after another, each and every one, and the answer would be no, no, neti, neti. And once all that is negated, and they finally narrowed down to Lord Rama, and they asked, is that the one, or is he the one? Is he Lord Rama? There were no words. She would simply bend her head down. Swami very beautifully explains that when one comes face to face with one's own reality, there are no more words left. Advaita darshanam jnanam, or yato vacho nivartante aprapya manasasaha. Whichever way we try to explain, when we get face to face with that reality, there are no more words left. This whole process is basically that of negation, the way Mother Sita taught. Not this, not this, not this. Ultimately, that is reached. We have looked at the fundamental or the base strata, the Panchamahabhutas and all of these entities, including Manas, Buddhi, Chitta, Ahankara. Let us start with negating the first one, the Panchabhutas, or the 5 elements that make up this creation. Seeing Swami amidst us as a very physical entity, I'm so sorry, I don't have better words to explain that. To see him as a co-human being, one who moved around, smiled, laughed, just like us. It is so very easy to fall into the trap to assume him to be just one among us. And one fine day, when Professor Bhagwantam had this doubt, when Swami was not eating enough probably, he would say, Swami, the same Pancha Mahabhutas that give sustenance to everyone provide sustenance to you as well, to your body as well. And immediately Swami corrected him. Swami said, I don't provide, the Panchabhutas do not provide sustenance to me. Rather, I provide sustenance to the Pancha Mahabhutas. He is beyond it. That which sustains the 5 elements to enable them to function their duties, enables the fire to burn and the wind to blow, the water to flow. That entity is Bhagavan. And time and again, it is extremely important for us to remind ourselves what Swami is, who Swami is. It was during the 1970s, Swami was invited by one of the devotees who was living in the Godavari district, close to the river Godavari in a village. And he had invited Bhagwan for a function. The preparations had started and he was anticipating Bhagwan's arrival, waiting eagerly at the doorstep for a small news, any indication of Swami's arrival. And Swami was at Rajmundry, another city on the banks of river Godavari. And at that point in time, there were floods in the river. Godavari was in spate, and no one was allowed to cross that river. There were orders issued by the collector of that district that no one should resume their journey across the river. But Bhagwan had to answer the prayers of a devotee. When news reached the collector that there is an entourage that is trying to go to the other side, the collector asked for a written note that we are responsible for whatever happens next. And just imagine, Swami was the person who was taking everyone, and Swami's emphatic reply was, nothing will happen to anyone. The interesting part was they all sat in the car, and I'm sure most of us have read this episode or heard of it in one form or the other. Everyone sat in the car, and Swami asked everyone to sort of close their eyes for a second, and the moment they opened their eyes, they were on the other side of the river. Nobody had a clue, no one had a clue how the car disappeared or passed through a river in spate, and they were on the other side. And Bhagwan went there to the absolute joy of the devotee and all those people who were waiting there. And then Swami gave a discourse, and this is the most beautiful part for me. Swami said, when I came as Rama, the ocean parted. When I came as Krishna, the Yamuna parted. Now that I have come as Sathya Sai, what is Godavari? Yet another reminder or yet another pointer what that phenomenon is, who Swami is. He's definitely a force much beyond the fury or much beyond the capability of these 5 elements. The 5 elements by themselves can wreak havoc. We've been seeing over the past few years the torrential rains, the floods ravaging different parts of the globe. And yet, we had a chance to behold a very feeble-looking, tender personality whom we called God. And his potency is much, much, much grander than what these 5 elements can exhibit. Let us next jump to the 5 senses. I will club all of them together, the 5 senses of action and perception, and the 5 tanmatras, which is Shabda, Sparsha, Rupa, Rasa, Gandha. All of them together because in some way they all are related and associated with each other. In some sense, they are our sensors. They bind us to the external world. Or rather, they trap us in this world. And in the year 2007, when we had the blessed opportunity to travel with Bhagwan to Chennai for the Atirudra Mahayagnam, Swami was so kind. On one evening post dinner, he called the 10 of us who were with him at that point in time and said, boys, I know there are a lot of questions, there are a lot of doubts in your mind. Ask whatever you want and I shall answer. And on that day, one of the brothers asked Swami, Swami, what is the main cause of attraction towards this world? In Telugu, he said, Swami, Akarshanaki Moola Karanam Yemi. What is it that attracts an individual or us to the world? And Swami's instant response was Drishti. And the discussion became so informal that the brother asked, Swami, this? And then Swami said, not this, this. He was very clear in distinguishing the instrument from the observation. He said it's not the eyes, but it's the perception that is the root cause. A sense organ is a mere instrument, but how is the information that is traveling from it being perceived? How is it interpreted? That interpretation, that perception leads to bondage or liberation. Mana eva manushyanam karanam bandha mokshayo. It is the mind, it is the interpretation of the mind that either leads to liberation or bondage. It's very interesting that every word that Bhagavan speaks is literally an injunction from the Upanishads and the Vedas. There is in Viveka Chudamani a particular shloka which talks about how the senses can trap, and it talks about 5 specific creatures. Kuranga, Matanga, Patanga, Meena, Bhrungaha. Kuranga means a deer, Matanga an elephant, Patanga a moth, Meena a fish, Bhrunga a bumblebee. Each one of them, because of a specific sense organ, is hunted down or gets destroyed. The deer, for its ears, it hears. The elephant, for its skin, that the touch, the sensation of touch. The moth, because of its vision. The fish, because of its taste. In that way, each of these entities have one sense organ that is predominating, and it undergoes a downfall because of that predominant sense organ. And the next part of the couplet says, what should be the fate of a human being in whom all these 5 sense organs are extremely dominant? What shall be the fate? These are the instruments that are controlled by the mind. So from these organs, we started from the Panchamahabhutas, then the Panchendriyas, and they are controlled by the mind. Negating each one of them, no, that is not Swami. That is not Swami either. Now coming to the mind. Mind is basically a bundle of thoughts, as Swami has described so beautifully and so often. And many a times when I have tried to describe Bhagwan or narrate a few of those wonderful miracles, more often than not, some people ended up saying, oh, so he can read minds. Probably, or initially, I sort of said yes too. But the more I got an opportunity to bask in his love, in his glory, in his presence, few layers of understanding came by. I wouldn't say I've understood. In fact, even the fact that I'm talking to you right now, I would want to make this disclaimer that it is not based on perfect experience of understanding what Swami is, because as I said, it cannot be described in words, but it's an attempt, like trying to describe the vanilla ice cream. I'm just a co-traveler like any one of us. And this was a very beautiful experience when I was in Bhagwan's presence. A few of us were invited by Bhagwan into the Pune Chandra, into his residence, and we all were sitting around. And Swami was talking. And as he was talking to each one, there was one brother to whom Swami was specifically talking to and asking a lot of things. At that moment, a thought crossed my mind, because before that particular occasion, I never had that opportunity of being so close to Swami. So that was my first chance of being so close in a one-to-one session. Despite he being there, just look at the audacity, the foolishness of mind. He's sitting right in front, and I'm thinking, Swami, you are talking to him, please talk to me too. That is the thought that comes to me. Please ask me too the same question. That very instant, Swami looks at me and says, what did you say? In fact, he told in Hindi, Kya bola? And it is so wonderful to know that God is all-knowing. But when you get to experience that firsthand, it's altogether a different feeling. And like I was shivering, no, Swami, whatever you say, Swami Chaptadi. And Swami would just nod. Sometime later again, Swami called that brother by name, and again that foolish mind acts up. Swami, how nice it would be if you would call me by my name too. And then Swami looks at me, Em Cheppevu, what did you say just now? At this time I was just trying to tell myself, stop thinking. Stop thinking. And I put my head down. In due course, we were served lunch. And at that point in time, I heard the voice, Hey Jagdish. My heart stopped. I was thrilled. And I looked up. To my utter dismay, Swami was not looking at me, but looking at the other brother. So very sheepishly, I put my head down and I tried looking for him. And they all were looking at me and said, Swami called your name. But Swami was not looking. To make a statement like he can read minds or he knows everything is literally an understatement. He is the essence of everything, the eternal witness. A mind, a thought is nothing. And it is so beautiful to get these experiences and to understand that aspect of Swami. Because that helps us in our journey ahead to negate one more thing. No, he is not the mind. The ramblings of the mind are not him. He is much beyond. Until now, what we sort of went through, or what I got to share with you all, is a very physical aspect of what we have seen so far and what we have understood in a very physical way. But if you remove this lower substratum or this strata from the definition of Sankhya, then comes the other part. The next part, wherein the form is no longer present, the physicality is no longer there, but there is a principle, there is an understanding which goes beyond the physical. And that is what I would like to discuss next.
Good afternoon, everybody. I offer my loving and humble pranams at the lotus feet of our beloved Bhagwan Sri Sathya Sai Baba. Jai Sai Ram to everybody. Let us pray. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Dear devotees, I come to you today from the past, the present, and the future. I come here today to remind you that the work that the Father sent for me to do is also the work that the Father expects us all to do. I come here today to remind you that our service is still needed. I come here today to remind you that we need to be ever present to the calling and to the message of our beloved Swami. My friend, who I was with quite a long time ago, actually, we were together. I come here today to also remind you that, oh wow. Look who it is.
Jai Shri Ram. Jai Shri Ram. Jai Shri Ram. Better. Pleased to see you, brothers and sisters. Lord Jesus. Long time, man.
It's been such a long time.
How you been?
Where?
Before you answer that question, let me offer my humble pranams at my divine master. How'd you get here so quick?
On the donkey.
Oh,
No, but
lightning speed.
But where? Come. Where have you been?
I've been right here, amongst all these wonderful devotees. My brothers and sisters of the UK are absolutely fabulous. You know, their bhajan singing,
Yeah.
their seva activities,
Yeah.
their study circles.
I too have been here. I've been here. Actually, quite a while ago, I was here in Region 5.
Ah.
Yes.
Good people.
With my friends in the Leeds Side Centre, I was here. We were doing bhajans, we were learning Vedam, we were doing all sorts of things. But it's been such a long time. I mean, the last time we were together, it was during where was it? Oh, you came to my leaving do, the Last Supper.
Ah, yes, the food was delicious.
Yeah.
The bread was amazing.
And then after that, we were together when we toured around with the Bandari Bhajan group back in Puttaparthi in 1930s.
Oh,
We were
what a
together.
blast we had.
Oh, remember that tree?
Oh, yeah, that. When you go into Prashanti Nilayam and you climb all those steps, what joys we had. You know, I always wished I could get a banana from them. Anyway,
Okay.
we digress.
We digress. The last time, actually, I think we were together. Actually, I've got it here, actually. I've been carrying it around with me. I'm pretty sure you left these beads. These must be yours because you left them when we were last together.
Beads?
Yeah.
No, these cannot be mine.
No, but they have to be. Don't you remember we were having a race from a place called Penukonda to Puttaparthi?
Oh, the races.
Yeah.
What fun times.
And you beat us by a mile, and then you zoomed off, and you left these behind. You said something about leaving some mountain unattended outside or something.
Ah, yes, the duty for my Prabhu always calls the heart.
So they're yours?
No. You see, let me explain. Everything that I wear, everything in my presence, everything in my aura, every atom in every cell of my being resonates with the name of Lord Rama. You see, folks, especially in this Kali Yuga age, even greater than the Lord himself is the name of the Lord, the name of Lord Sri Sai Rama.
That actually sums everything up pretty well, but there's no devotion like yours. I remember the time where you were instructed to go across the ocean to fetch Mother Sita, give her the ring that Ram gave to you.
That's right.
But you went without fear. You went without worry. How do you do it? How do you become so devoted to Lord Ram like that?
Let me give you Bhagwan Baba's answer to that question. He says, the proof of the rain is in the wetness of the ground. Likewise, the proof of true devotion is in the peace of mind that is attained by the aspirant, the peace that protects him from the onslaught of failures, the peace that keeps him steadfast in his life's work. Like Baba says, why fear when I am here? You see, brothers and sisters, do you enjoy a good story? Yes? Okay. I have a wonderful story to express this point. there was a famous evangelist by the name of Dr. Wan. And when Dr. Wan lived in Europe, there was an occasion where he had to travel for 3 consecutive days to go to Germany. He traveled with his wife and his sweet little daughter, who was only aged 3. They got into the car and they set off on this journey. It was going to be a long journey, of course, and Dr. Wan decided to travel at night where the traffic would be less and their journey would be more smooth. But the little girl sitting in the back, who'd never traveled at night and at such long distance before, she was naturally worried. Looking out the window, she was frightened by the deep darkness that surrounded her. And she asked the question, "Daddy, where are we going?" "To your uncle's house in Germany," came a confident, reassuring response from her father. "Do you know how to get there?" "No." "Have you been there before?" "No." "So how will you know where to go?" "I think I know the way a little, and we can always read a map." There was a pause as she continued to ponder outside the window in her little fright. "Do you know how to read maps?" "Yes, I assure you, I will get you there safely." Another pause, another question. "What if we get hungry along the way? We can stop by some restaurant." "Are there any restaurants on the way?" "Yes, I'm sure there will be," assured her father. And these questions continued for the first night of travel, and in fact also on the second night of travel. But on the third night, the little girl was very quiet, not a single question being asked. Now, Dr. Wan thought she must have fallen asleep. But when he looked in his rearview mirror, she was wide awake, just calmly looking outside into the darkness. Dr. Wan thought he'd check in with her, and he said, "Sweetheart, are you okay?" "Yes, Daddy." "Do you know where we're going?" "Germany, Uncle's house," came a confident response. "Do you know how we're going to get there?" "No." "Then why aren't you asking any more questions?" "Because Daddy is driving." This little story reminds us that, as Swami says, why fear when I am here? When we're on our life's journey with the Lord leading our way, we should have no fear, have no anxiety, and with full faith enjoy the pilgrimage that He has set us on.
I totally agree with you there. I think that's wonderful. I think it is very important that we remember to try and detach ourselves from the excitement that the world has, from the distractions that it can bring, and to always remember to let Swami guide the way. I think that's wonderful. Thank you for that story.
Sarah.
Let's I want to hear more stories from you. Let's go back to the back over there, and you can tell me more stories. But then I had a question. Whilst we walk out, I had a question for you.
Okay.
But then we're all getting distracted by worldly desires. You can fly. You flew over the ocean. All I have is a donkey, and our friends have nice automatic heated vehicles and the like.
Automatic heated vehicles?
Yeah, heated seats.
Wow, technology nowadays.
I tried to install one in the donkey, but it didn't work.
Come on, talk to me more about this technology business.
I'll show you.
Jai Shri Ram!
Jesus, Lord Hanuman, we look forward to your next installment. I offer my humble pranams at the lotus feet of our beloved Bhagwan, Sri Sathya Sai Baba. respected elders, all my brothers and sisters, children, Om Sai Ram. We are indeed blessed that we have so many opportunities to serve. We only have to pick those that we feel comfortable with. And today, we've been given the chance to talk about 2 projects that have taken place. So here's an update on the 2 projects. The first one is Syria Children's School Bag Service. Now, we wanted to talk through this to give an insight into what happens behind the scenes before the final product is delivered. So bear with me. So as you recall, following on from the earthquake in Syria and Turkey, we were given the opportunity to serve by a charity called Samara's Appeal. And that was to support the children of Syria with items of stationery that are required for their schooling. These are normal items that we in this country probably take for granted. We were provided with specific lists. These were required for 3 different school year groups and to be equally split between boys and girls. So you can imagine how many different varieties of products we were looking at. A small group of us started making inquiries. Like everything, we wanted to make sure that the quality of equipment we give is the best. So costs were reviewed as well. Then we started thinking about the challenges. Where would we get this equipment from? Where will it be delivered to? Where can we store it? Because as you can imagine, stationery would come from several different suppliers, maybe on different days, different weeks. Swami, as always, guides us. And once again, we were guided to a brother in Leicester who offered his warehouse to us. He did not only offer the use of his warehouse, but he also started making inquiries about where we can procure this equipment. He got some samples for us, they were vetted, and the quality was really, really good. So the next stage was actually ordering the equipment. All the equipment was ordered, delivery dates were agreed. We then had to start planning of how all this equipment was going to be packed. So we wanted to make sure that every little item was looked after so that on the day of packing, nothing went wrong. More than 30 man-hours were spent in planning. Might not seem a lot of hours, but when you are working beyond midnight, it does feel a lot of time. Remembering that the equipment had to be split into age groups, boys, girls, different bags. The best way we thought we could do this is create spreadsheets to help the volunteers on the day. So spreadsheets were created with color photographs, and they were sent to the warehouse, ready for packing. We needed to individually label each one of these bags to identify the age group, whether it was a boy or a girl. And we are thankful to some devotees from Bedford Science Centre in Region 3 who hand-wrote 800 labels in one evening. This was, I think, the Thursday before the packing on Saturday. So thank you very much. As the warehouse is in Leicester, we reached out. The service coordinator, Baunaben, then set about requesting for volunteers who wanted to help on the day. She spent many hours creating a spreadsheet to make sure that every volunteer who wanted to help could help on the day. We had some limitations on the number of people who could be in the warehouse at any one time. A group of 21 volunteers from various regions came together on Saturday, the 23rd of September, for the mammoth task of packing. The goods were unpacked, sorted into age groups, types, bags. I'm told they worked diligently, lovingly, joyfully, with smiles on their faces, listening to Bhajans. They packed these bags for 7 hours, nearly. We then wanted to make sure that no child who gets this bag feels that he hasn't got what should be in there. So each bag was quality checked for what went in there. They were labeled and then put into boxes, stacked 20 high on 4 pallets, ready for distribution to the charity, who would then take them to Syria. Now, the reason we went through all those is you'll understand when I give you the next few figures what was involved. 768 bags were packed. Over 33,000 items were packed. In each bag, in each package, there was 13 different items. So you can imagine sorting them, procuring them, packing them, what task was involved. But all that effort will drift into nothing because we pray that the small gifts will bring joy to the children of Syria, help them in some way in their schooling, and make their lives better. We thank the devotees of the UK, the families, their friends, for their kindness and generosity, without whom we can't do these sort of projects. So thank you very much. I hope this gives you an insight into what goes on behind the scene on a single project, but the effort put in is rewarded 100-fold to every individual one who's participated in, no matter how small or how large it is. So thank you very much. I would now like to call upon the Deputy National Service Coordinator, Arun Bhai, who will talk about a current project that we are going through. Prematharu. Arun Bhai. Sarah.
I offer my loving and humble pranams at the lotus feet of our beloved Baba. Swami, I take this opportunity to wish you a very happy upcoming birthday. We know that you are always happy. It's we who need to learn to be happy always. And we pray that you forever be with us and guide us. Dearest Sai family, Jai Sairam to you all. Pardon? Thank you, Jai Sairam. You know, we're so privileged. I think I'm so privileged to be here. You know, we've got a wonderful venue here coming up north for a change. So it's fantastic to see different faces and lots of familiar faces as well. And obviously, you know, very fortunate to have Swami's darshan here. But I think we're very fortunate to have darshan of Sri Hanumanji and Jesus as well. And, you know, we're going to talk about another service project. And Jesus very appropriately reminded us of service. And Hanumanji reminded us of our duty as well. So we'll try and cover this and see how we can get involved in this activity. Swami has mentioned numerous times that one of the most important activities that leads us to permanent bliss is through engaging in seva activities. And over the next few minutes, I'm going to outline one of those very important such opportunity for all of us. At the Office Bearers Conference and Active Workers Conference early this year in the UK, we kicked off the Sri Sathya Sai Premadaru project, Trees for Love and Life. By the way, let your eyes enjoy the slides, but let your ears absorb the message that's to follow. So across the globe this year, we have seen many floods, extreme temperatures, earthquakes, melting of ice caps, the intense droughts, which are all mostly due to climate change caused by the extreme amounts of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. As well as the environment and the wildlife, this has affected the well-being of millions of people around the world. The negative impact of climate change is only going to get worse. It is only recently that the world governments, United Nations, large businesses, and other organizations are now seriously taking responsibility to do something about this. As a global organization and as Swami's devotees, we also have a responsibility, our duty, as Hanumanji said, to counter the impact of climate change. In Prashanti, the Sri Sathya Sai Premadaru project was launched on Swami's 97th birthday last year in Kulwant Hall, with the objective to plant 10 million trees around the world, leading up to Swami's centenary birthday. To play our part in this global seva opportunity, we had set an initial target to plant 10,080 trees in the UK. Since the launch in UK, to raise awareness and drive this project, we held numerous meetings with all the regional presidents, which included centre presidents, service coordinators, and active workers. A national flyer was created. A page on our website has been created, which has a lot of information about the project, like how to get involved, types of trees to plant, and why we should plant, the health benefits, and other instructions to help us get involved in this seva. Presentations have been done across all centres and groups. Already, many people are involved. Some regions have established contacts with external organizations like the Wildlife Trust, Trees for Cities, local councils, etc. Some regions have already started planting trees in their gardens and through other organizations, and some have been very lucky to have the opportunity to plant trees in India during the UK pilgrimage in Bharti. It appears as though a lot of work is happening. However, to fulfill our obligation and make a difference, we need everyone to participate and go that extra mile. Based on the information that we have received from regions so far, we will only be planting around 4,000 trees by the end of December. So let's all make a concerted effort and see if we can plant many more trees. Let's recall what Swami has said about our planet. Maybe this might inspire us a bit more. 30 years ago, Bhagwan himself said, because there is deforestation to an alarming extent, the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere has considerably increased. Therefore, the remedy for this situation is intensive afforestation, growing trees everywhere and protecting the existing ones without destroying them for other purposes. Swami said this in January 1993. It wasn't Rishi Sunak or Boris Johnson or Prime Minister Modi. It was our Bhagwan. So Swami has given us some instructions. So what can we do? Swami has given us a role to play in this aspect of his mission, to protect our planet from its destruction. We are his dharmic army. We are Swami's army. Let's all come together as a nation to participate in this wonderful service. So firstly, we can all plant a tree in our gardens. And if you don't have a garden, maybe a neighbor's garden. If you don't have a neighbor, maybe a friend's garden. Hold on. You might be thinking, oh, I don't have friends. God is my only friend. Well, consider this. All the parks, all the woodlands, and all the forests is only his garden. So let's get involved. Just imagine if all the devotees in the UK planted at least one tree, what a difference it would make to our planet in years to come. Secondly, all of us can start contacting our local schools, local councils, wildlife trusts, national trusts, and other organizations that you may have contacts with, to establish opportunities for tree planting and to confirm some dates. We can then arrange volunteering through our center presidents and center service coordinators. But please don't wait for them to contact you. Let's use our own initiative. Okay. Here's $1 million question for you. Sorry, did $1 million wake you up? Well, look, $1 million. Remember what Swami says about money. Money comes and goes, but morality comes and grows. So this is about morality. I'm not going to ask you how many of you have planted a tree in your garden, or how many have you been involved planting in a tree planting project in your center. This may be a little bit embarrassing, so I want to ask that. So, after hearing all this, I would like to ask, how many of you would like to commit to this wonderful seva, to make a difference to our planet, Mother Earth, Dharti Ma, and make an offering to Swami leading up to his birthday celebrations? I'll repeat that question just in case you're still waking up. I would like to ask you, how many of you would like to commit to this wonderful seva, to make a difference to our planet and make an offering to our beloved Swami leading up to his centenary birthday celebrations? Okay, so I'm not going to know by just standing here, so I'd like you to do something. Please put your hands up if this is something that you will participate in. Please don't be shy. If this is something that you will commit, that you may pledge to Swami, put your hands up. Keep them up for a while, please. Media team, it is an opportunity for love and light. Okay? Thank you very much. I think there's a good few numbers, and I understand the masses and the aunties may not be able to get to their gardens. But you can always ask your dikras, okay? So I think it's a great opportunity to make a pledge on this fantastic day today. In conclusion, we all have a responsibility to our planet. We can all make a difference for the protection of Mother Earth. If not for the protection of ourselves, then let's make a difference for the protection of our children and children's children. If not for climate change, then let's at least make a difference in response to our dear Swami's call, which was 30 years ago. So I think it's about time we did wake up and offer this service at his lotus feet and participate in this project wholeheartedly. Thank you for listening. Jai Sai Ram.
I don't know how Swami used to do it all. My hair is absolutely everywhere. It's such a mess.
You want to get a hairpin, mate?
I don't. I'll have to ask one of the sisters. Bada var kari gaya ham.
Ram, Ram, Ram. Hello. Jai Shri Ram. Lovely.
My dear Hanuman, you said you'd put a... What did you put in there? A tracking...
Yeah, I think it's called an air tag. So what I was doing is flying across the sky the other day, and I dropped my gada in a forest, and it's not a problem. I took out one of these smart devices, and it just told me where the gada had landed. This technology is wonderful, wonderful stuff.
That's good. My donkey doesn't really walk much. Like, it doesn't get lost. I've double parked it outside, but it should be okay. Do you want to? We'll have a look again later if you want.
Put
one in them.
Pin a ticket on the donkey.
The what?
They might pin a ticket on the donkey.
Oh yes, good game, good game. Well, my dear Hanuman, that was a wonderful conversation. I want to bring that back here. What we were speaking about. Let's share it with our dear brothers and sisters. Now, what we were saying at the back just now was we were talking about the difference between desire and purpose. Now, our dear Arun Bhai has just spoken now asking who is willing to give some time, to give some effort to, in the least, plant a tree in their neighbors. The neighbor will be angry if you do that. Take permission. Take permission.
They say, love thy neighbor as thyself, but planting a tree in a neighbor's garden, come on.
We spoke about, Arun Uncle spoke about that commitment, that effort that it takes. Even the smallest act, it means so much. I mean, we've got a food bank collection at the back here, and you should see the vast array of foods that everyone has brought in. It's amazing. It's amazing. But the difference between desire and purpose. Now, in the Bible, it says, let each give as they have purposed in their heart. What does purpose mean? What do you think purpose means? We say desire. You might have a desire to do something. You might want to go to Bhajans.
It doesn't mean we'll show up.
You might want to do some exercise.
Doesn't mean we'll do it.
No. So what is the difference? The desire is something that, I've got an option. But a purpose, it means that you are fully fixed, fully focused. There's no giving at a minimal amount or just because it's an obligation to give. That's what purpose is, and that's what we should have. We should have purpose.
And with our gratitude, we should be offering everything that we do.
Yeah. And take my dear Hanuman here. His heart is filled with gratitude.
Jai Shri Ram. You see, when I serve, when I serve all these wonderful brothers and sisters, I see Swami. So it's easy for me to serve, because when I serve each and every one of you, I'm actually serving my divine Lord.
And that's the trick. We have to get ourselves into a situation where we say, it must be Swami's test if an opportunity arises, or if anything arises, Swami's testing me. But a test means what? You either pass or you fail. When are we going to get out of that dual option? There should be no fail, only pass. So there is no such thing as a test. Every opportunity that we get given, we should be willing. Well, otherwise, we might say, it doesn't match my routine. I've got kids, or it just doesn't suit. We put ourselves first. But what's the meaning of joy?
Well, my friends, remember, if you want true joy, if you want to experience divine bliss in your day-to-day, then joy, the very word, is a reminder of how your behavior and attitude should be. Let me explain. Joy. Joy. Whatever you do, whatever you think, however you speak. Jesus first, J. Others second, O. Put yourself last, Y. Joy. Jesus, others, you. That should be your priority.
And from there came the Bible.
The Bible as well. You know, any religious or spiritual text that you read, remember, it's a guidebook, it's an instruction book of how to behave, especially during this Kali Yuga age that we live in. So joy, Jesus, others, then you. Bible, Bible, basic instructions before leaving earth. Do your part. Jai Sai Ram.
Jai Sai.
What a fantastic surprise it was, a conversation between Jesus and Hanuman. So creative. Thank you very much, Region 4, for these delightful dramas. Now, the all-important lunchtime segment for today. Have a few announcements before that. We will have 2 sittings for lunch. Mums and children will go first, so I humbly request all other devotees to wait. Please note there are 2 service stations for food, so we request you to queue up on either side. When everyone is waiting, you will be sent to the dining hall row by row by the volunteers. Whilst you're in the hall, devotees have the opportunity to offer petals at Swami's Divine Lotus feet. So again, volunteers will guide devotees row by row. Please come from the central aisle, offer the petals, and exit through the front door. First, the ladies will go, and then the gents. Thank you. And that's all for now. Sai Ram.
ईश्वर पितुम महावीर नानकरा ईश्वर पितुम महावीर नानकरा ईश्वर पितुम महावीर नानकरा साई शंकरा तुमगी गो मेरे प्राण परती साई शंकरा तुमगी गो मेरे प्राण तुम ईश्वर पितुम महावीर नानकरा जो राष्ट्र येसु तुमगो सबकी पालना जो राष्ट्र येसु बुद्ध तुमगो सबके पालना शुभदा सच्चिदानंद साई तेरा वृंदावन शुभदा तुम ईश्वर पितुम मगवीर नानकरा परची सताई शंकरा तुम हीरो मेरे प्राण மகவீர நாணக்கரா गौराश्रये बुद्ध तुमगो सबके पालनगा सच्चिदानंद साई तेरा वृंदावन शुभदा ओ सच्चिदानंद साई तेरा वृंदावन शुभदा ईश्वर पितु महावीर नानकरा
श्याम मुरारी साई
Om Shri Sai Ram, welcome back. Did you have a nice lunch? Yes? God, I think you've eaten too much paneer. I'm going to ask you again. Did you have a nice lunch? Good, that's a bit better now. Sorry. Oh, by the way, sorry. For the vegans amongst you, did you have enough lettuce? I'm naughty. I'm sorry. Forgive me, Swami. Forgive me. Right. Without wasting any more time, I did say earlier, Brother Jagdish, his talk is going to be in 2 parts. So here is part 2. Please welcome Brother Jagdish once again.
Om Shri Sai Ram. Continuing on what we've been discussing in terms of this beautiful experience or philosophy that Swami has so beautifully explained us. We discussed the most fundamental strata, which is so very associated with the creation that we see around us, things that we perceive, the physicality of things that we can experience through our senses. And then just below this layer comes a totally different layer, which has nothing to do with physicality, or which is beyond the physical. And it is extremely important or apt that we discuss this at this juncture, because for the benefit of someone who has never seen Swami, who has never experienced how it is to interact with Swami, it is an extremely difficult situation. Because what you can see, what you can experience firsthand, there is no substitute to it. No amount of books or listening is going to compensate for that one all-knowing smile. And I definitely believe that one needs to be beholden to Swami for giving that opportunity to be in his physical presence or to have seen him physically. I certainly do not believe in saying that, yeah, we should move ahead, we should move on to the physical, beyond the physical. Not that easy. Extremely difficult. How can you, for a moment, not think about that beautiful form? In fact, we all have assembled our introduction to the concept of Godhood, for many of us, was through that form. So how does one now go about in this process of understanding? One of the most important questions that we need to ask ourselves: do I have that motive? What is it that inspires me to go ahead on that path? What is that yearning? That yearning becomes the fundamental basis, irrespective of the path one takes. Whether one wants to sing bhajans, one wants to do sadhana, or one wants to do seva activities, whatever it is, there has to be a motive. What is it? What is my yearning? Why am I doing it? And that yearning plays the most fundamental and crucial role. A beautiful Chinnakatha that Swami told us about a young man who believed that if he received a mantra from the Guru, he would attain self-realization. His life comprised of 40 years or maybe 30 years of struggle in trying to get to the mantra, because the Guru wrote the mantra in a piece of paper and wanted to hand it over to him. But unfortunately, because of a series of untoward incidents or mishaps, that piece of paper or that scroll evaded him. And all his life became a pursuit of that scroll. That small piece of paper because he believed that it was not merely a piece of paper but literally salvation. And after that arduous journey, he finally gets that piece of paper, that scroll. And Swami as beautifully describes that as he opens that scroll to read the mantra, even before his sight lands on the letters inscribed on it, his eyes close again. A smile lights up his face and he has already realized. And that's pretty counterintuitive. How did that happen? He had already attained realization. And then the master storyteller that Swami is, the punchline of the story is, liberation was never in the mantra. It was in the yearning for the mantra. That constant pining, that focus, that one-pointedness, to believe that that was the purpose of existence, that fueled, that led to the ultimate realization that he received. But in order to have that yearning, one needs to get into a method, a discipline. One needs to follow. Because that comes about when we take the first step, or we try to internalize what Swami taught us. Without internalizing that aspect, it becomes a burden. Those teachings end up becoming a burden. It's just something that we need to carry around. They really do not become the source of inspiration and yearning that we want them to be. And Swami again explained this with a beautiful analogy, a small Chinna Katha. He gave the example of the farmers in India in the days of yore, and even now I believe, that when they set out early in the morning from their homes to the fields, they would carry their midday meal in a box, in a tiffin box. Sometimes they would tie it to the end of a stick with a piece of cloth and walk the distance to the fields. But by the time they reach their fields, that tiffin box, which is sort of a source of nourishment, ends up becoming a burden. It becomes heavy with every passing mile. But come midday, that very box, that very tiffin box, which was a burden a few hours ago, becomes the source of nourishment, because they have internalized what was there in the box. Without internalizing it, it was a burden. Once internalized, it became a source of energy. And that is what Swami said, that his teachings are exactly like that box, that food, which if carried around without internalization, become a burden. And in this journey of yearning, trying to understand this disciplined approach of internalization, of practicing what Swami said, maybe one teaching, and thoroughly living it, is what is needed. In this journey, as we go ahead, and we're talking about yearning, but one of the principles that becomes a bigger source of threat in spirituality is the spiritual ego. That I have meditated for an hour today, or I sang bhajans for 4 hours today, or I chanted the mantras perfectly, or the Vedas perfectly, I was in tune. That becomes a bigger problem than helping us advance in that path. Because what comes is what is one of those 24 entities, ahankara. How does one suppress this false identification or ego? There is the Purusha, which is the supreme I, and there is the small I, which we so easily mistake it to be us. A small example, a beautiful one, a beautiful experience. I'm sure you would have heard this before, but it is worth repeating. Students studying in the university had this unique privilege of taking a tray on their birthdays to seek Bhagwan's blessings, and they had a host of things on the tray with the turmeric rice, akshatas, what we call it, and some cloves which Swami would like to partake if you would want to. Then you have some chocolates and some dry fruits and all those things. And on one occasion, when Swami came out of the interview room, there were a few tiny tots from the primary school, and then a few boys, probably from the higher secondary or college. And the first tiny tot that Swami came across or came to, while blessing, Swami asked him, "Who are you?" And the boy was a bit taken aback or probably overawed by that occasion. And very innocently he said, "Swami, I don't know." And then Swami very lovingly said, "Bangaru, you are God." And then Swami came to the next boy. And Swami posed the very same question to that boy too. "Who are you?" And this boy was taken aback too. But he had heard that. Probably he took a cue. And for some reason, he said, "Swami, I am your child." And then Swami said, "No, Bangaru, you are God too." Swami moved to the next boy. Now the next boy was very well prepared with the answer. And the moment Swami asked him, "Who are you?" pat came the reply, "Swami, I am God." And then Swami said, "Bangaru, then why are you sitting here? Go and give darshan." I'm not trying to sort of label anyone here. This is a wonderful analogy to understand what the Sankhya describes as ahankara, the false sense. Without an understanding, when we try to sort of believe what we are, that is what the aham is. And this beautiful episode just showed that most probably the final student really wanted to please Swami because he had heard Swami telling the same thing and he wanted to tell Swami without Swami having to repeat. But the analogy serves this purpose of when we try to sort of put forth our own reality or we assume things without having a complete understanding. It's not good. It's not good for us in the longer run. Then what is the true I? In one of the Kodai sessions, Swami posed this question to people who were seated around. The very same question which we had discussed right at the beginning. Who am I? Each one tried to give his own answer. "Swami, you are Prema Swarupa." Swami said, "Kadu, I am not." "Swami, you are Sathya Dharma Shanti Prema Swarupa." "Definitely not." "Swami, you are Brahma Vishnu Maheshwara." "I am not that at all." And then when everyone gave up, Swami made that very beautiful statement that I'm sure rings in each one of our ears. "Nenu, nene. I am I." And then Swami even said, to describe me is neither in the ambit of Brahma or his grandfather. నన్ను అర్థం చేసుకునే శక్తి బ్రహ్మలో లేదు, బ్రహ్మ తాతలో లేదు. To understand me is beyond the scope of Brahma and his grandfather. It fills us with a sense of exhilaration. What that entity is. And I'm using the word "is" very carefully because the entity is with us throughout. Because he's the eternal witness. He has never for a second gone anywhere, nor has he come. He was always there, he is there, he will be there. It's sometimes, as I was trying to tell, it's sometimes easy as well as foolish to try and explain these things. But an experience in the Vedantic parlance is the only thing puts that understanding in its perspective. I'm not saying that I have had that ultimate experience, but when I try to look at a lot of these things, or when I try to understand and try to contemplate on these things, certain things flash. And this is what I'm sharing. The whole endeavor as we began, as Swami said right at the beginning, when I was sharing my thoughts, I talked about that episode in Trai where Swami said, God is merely a witness. He just witnesses. Let me conclude with this episode, or with this personal experience. When I was in Chennai with Bhagwan in the year 2007 for the Atirudra Mahayagnam there, we were staying with Bhagwan at Sundaram. And on that particular day, we all went into a very small room. And since I was the first to enter, I sort of went to a very remote corner, or rather that corner where only one person could stand, and that was closest to Swami. And so I went in that vantage position, if one may say so. And everyone else was sort of around. In the due course of the discussion, what happened was, Swami was informed that a very senior devotee had sort of come, and he was a very well-known person from the Indian governance point of view. So Swami immediately told that he should be brought into his presence, and he asked all of us to leave. And as we all were leaving, so I naturally couldn't go because I was sort of in that corner, so I had to wait for everyone else to leave, and then I could move out. And as I was moving out, Swami extended his feet and blocked the way as if. And it is considered rude, as per Indian customs and traditions, to cross over somebody's feet, especially if one is an elder, and here it is God himself. With a lot of trepidation, I was looking at Swami to gauge what he wanted. And Swami was looking at me. Just imagine, a few seconds ago, Swami told all of us to go. And as I'm trying to go out, Swami extends his feet and is looking at me. And there I am, with a million thoughts in my head, trying to ask that very entity, who is the sole witness of everything, who is present in every moment. He commands all of us to leave. I'm trying to leave. He blocks my way. I'm trying, deep within my mind, I'm screaming. I'm trying to ask Swami, what should I do? Should I leave? Should I stay? And amidst all that confusion and chaos, with my feet trembling, I slowly started kneeling down. And all this while, Swami was looking at me. There was no expression, no smile, no nod of approval. He just kept looking at me. And I settled down. And as I sat down, he continued to look. I couldn't even get an approval of what I did, whether it was right or wrong. I couldn't speak out. And Swami was continuing to stare. At that very moment, that elderly devotee entered the room, and this face, which was sort of without any expression until then, broke into a beautiful smile. A beautiful smile lit up Swami's face. And he started interacting with that gentleman who had come, a very senior devotee, and a lot of discussions happened, and this and that. And apparently, the discussion was about constructing a water reservoir in that devotee's place. he had come so prepared that he got a map along with him. And probably he sort of had an inclination, or rather he had assumed that the discussion would take this route. And Swami started telling him that no, there is a water source nearby your place which can actually feed into this reservoir. And that devotee started saying, no, Swami, there is nothing in that region. I have done a proper survey and I couldn't find anything, and this and that. And Swami said, no, it's there. There is something there. And that was the point in time when this devotee sort of opened the map of that region. And I sort of understood, okay, Swami sort of made me sit here because somebody had to hold two ends of the map. And I was sort of the proper human stand. And I held that map and I was standing there all the while. And the devotee continued to ask, see, Swami, there is nothing. And at that moment, when that devotee was insistent about his observation, Swami's face assumed that same expressionless look which was with me a while ago. And Swami continued to stare at him, and without looking at that map, it was quite an intricate map, a very detailed map of that region. And without looking at that map, Swami continued to look at him, and he just placed his finger on that map. And this gentleman just peeped into that map, and I don't know what crossed his mind. He started slapping his cheeks, not very hard, but as a mark of respect and apology, Deva, I made a mistake. And he fell at Swami's feet. And I was both awed, as it was an awe-inspiring moment for me. I was holding that map, but I was equally interested now because Swami's face had assumed the same expression that was towards me, or the same expression he had towards me a while ago. And just to have a proper understanding or glimpse of that situation, I tried to lower the map a bit more to look at Swami's face properly. And probably I would have disturbed the map. And immediately Swami's look turned towards me. And he smiled. That very beautiful smile that the devotee got when he entered was the smile that I got when this episode was ending. The roles had reversed. But the most important part was that sort of set me for life. That understanding of God being an eternal witness. Just imagine how many times we would be pacing through our lives, we would be going through the ups and downs and trying to ask, Swami, why aren't you doing anything about it? Don't you know what I'm going through? And when I go through those ups and downs, I for a moment close my eyes and look at that face. He is watching. He is watching. And believe me, the smile is around the corner. He is going to smile. That day, that very day, the understanding of him being an eternal witness, an eternal companion of every moment of our lives sort of became a bit more demystified. On one occasion, when we had this wonderful opportunity of giving a talk in his presence, 4 of us brothers, at the end of the talk, Swami came to all of us and said, let's have a photograph. And he held our hands and we had a beautiful photograph. And after the photographers stopped clicking after a series, Swami said, once more, please. He was very happy that day. And the shots continued. We surrounded Swami after the photographs were taken. And all of us in unison said, Swami, all that we spoke about or all that we tried to do was to please you. Are you happy, Swami? Swami said, happy, very happy. I know that you all have been trying to do that, to please me. I'm seeing everything. I was with you when you were walking under the lamppost of the music college, trying to finalize your script for the talk, trying to think which episode would make Swami happier. Should I quote this episode or that episode? When you were walking amidst the trees, thinking about what to talk next, I was with you. At every moment, I was with you. And he held our hands again and said, even now, I am with you. It was indeed that the ones to whom he was directly talking, to me and one more brother, we were actually preparing under the lamppost of the music college, under the tree of the music college. We were pacing up and down. As I was mentioning a while ago, that a theoretical understanding of God being omnipresent and an eternal witness is so very different from getting a chance to experience that firsthand. The ultimate end, or the befitting end to this life sojourn, would be to please Swami in a way that he feels proud of us. Because sometimes I try to understand the fact that when we say we want to be devotees of Swami and follow his teachings, someone very beautifully told me once that there can never be an ideal devotee of Bhagwan. If at all, there is only one perfect devotee of Bhagwan, and that is he himself. He is the one who followed each and every one of his teachings. All that we can do is love him and try our best. But also keep in mind the one fundamental teaching that he shared with each one of us, or which he told us. What is the purpose of human life? What is the purpose of human birth? The purpose being to understand how not to be born again. We are born to know and to understand why or how not to be born again. That sentiment can be expressed in multiple ways, in different ways, through different actions, through different philosophies. But probably that could be our little offering, to lead our lives in a way that makes us worthy of being his devotees. Dear brothers and sisters, I can never thank you enough for your patient ear. I am no one to lecture anyone on any matter, more so spirituality, because it is much beyond words. My own understanding is very limited. But for the wonderful privilege and opportunity that Swami bestowed on me and many of us, of being and living in his physical proximity, to share those moments of joy, those layers of understanding, is something that is more for my own sadhana, for my own benefit, to remind myself every moment that I need to live up to Swami's expectations, to his ideals. And it is in that spirit that I'm sharing with you, definitely not trying to pontify or to teach anyone anything. I'm incapable of that. With that spirit, with that understanding that Swami, the eternal witness, is always there, watching over us, guiding us, and guarding us. I wish each and every one of us present here a very, very happy birthday. Jai Sai Ram.
Jai Saram. We'd like to thank Brother Jagdish for taking that time to send us a personal video for us today. His message is clear, even though it's a shame that he could not be with us. That is our yearning that is fundamental and aptly put to our journey to Sai. Our purpose is to realize Swami's message. And yes, as he said, it is difficult. We need discipline, but Swami is there guiding us along the way. And if we pick one teaching and dedicate our lives to it, we can get there. So once again, thank you, Brother Jagdish. Next, we have an amazingly talented musician, Sister Helen Cherry. Sister Helen is ever grateful for Swami for the strong inner calling to attend summer school in Vrindavan in 1978. Later that same year, Swami arranged for a group of Westerners staying in Prashanti Nilayam to have bhajan lessons from the students. This sweet opportunity guided her ever since to sing and love this wonderful form of song which Swami has introduced. So, as we welcome Sister Helen and her musicians to the stage, please sit back and be ready to bask in the mellifluous sounds of their music. Jai Sai Ram.
Happy birthday, Swami. Oh, Mother Sai, to you I call. By your sweet mercy, I'd love one and all. And I'm sometimes in your presence, but more often far apart, and the distance is my ignorance. You are constant in my heart. This separation's my illusion, for I don't know who I am. You are infinite compassion, never bound to flesh or land. Oh, Father Sai, to you I call. By your sweet wisdom, I'd serve one and all. This separation's my illusion, for I don't know who I am. You are infinite compassion, never bound to flesh or land. Oh, Mother Sai, for you I call. By your sweet mercy, I'd love one and all. Thank you. This is a song between Arjuna and Krishna that I'm sure you're quite familiar with. And do join in the chorus if you wish. Arjuna surrendered to the wisdom of Krishna, hearing his words on a battlefield, turning with grief to his charioteer. Arjuna prayed to him through his tears. Govinda, Govinda, Radhe Govinda, 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 Sai Gopal. Govinda, Govinda, Radhe Govinda, 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 Sai Gopal. With your whole being, take refuge in me. Through your devotion, I will protect you. Whatever is offered, in love I receive. Arjuna, Arjuna, do not grieve. Arjuna. Govinda, Govinda, Jaya Gopala. Govinda, Govinda, Sai Gopal. Govinda, Govinda, Jaya Govinda. Govinda, Govinda, Sai Gopal. Placing your thought firmly on me, becoming steadfast with an even mind, and having abandoned the fruits of your actions, you will be free from the fetters of birth. Govinda, Govinda, Moksha Govinda, 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 Sai Gopal. Govinda, Govinda, Moksha Govinda, 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 Sai Gopal. I am eternal, birthless and unchanging. I manifest from age to age. Behold this whole universe, moving and unmoving. Behold all creation residing in me. Govinda, Govinda, Sai Govinda, 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 Narayana. Govinda, Govinda, Sai Govinda, 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 Narayana. Govinda, Govinda, Jaya Govinda, 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 Sai Gopal. Next, we're going to sing you a gospel song written by the esteemed Reverend Sullivan Pugh about work and worship. May the work I do speak for me. May the work I do speak for me. When I've done the best I can and my friends don't understand, may the work I do speak for me. And may the life I live speak for me. May the life I live speak for me. When I've done my best to live, my mistakes he will forgive. May the work I do speak for me. Sometimes my work seems small. Sometimes it seems, Lord, just nothing at all. But when I stand before my God, I want to hear him say, well done. May the work I've done speak for me. May the work I do speak for me. May the work I do speak for me. When I've done the best I can, what if my friends don't understand? May the work I've done speak for me. Next, we're offering a song that Bal Vikas suggested I tell you that in the 1980s, I was severely going through a lot of medical problems with a diagnosis of multiple sclerosis. And as you can see, I'm pretty fit for somebody who's had that disease for 30 years. And I thank Swami deeply for it. And with this challenge, I got up every morning and I wrote this song. Lost in dreaming, searching for your face, and I forget to see you in each one. I appeal to you, appear here beside me, help me realize you are seen in everyone. Daya karo, daya karo, daya karo Bhagavan. Daya karo, daya karo, daya karo Bhagavan. I cannot live without you. I cannot live without you. The power behind my life. The power behind my life. Yesu Vishnu Sai Ram Gopal Radhe Sai Krishna. Yesu Vishnu Sai Ram Gopal Radhe Sai Krishna. Equal-minded are like a blue sky that bears no mark, though thousands of birds fly through. Constantly to remember God in all things, with all people, through all time, in every place. Daya karo, daya karo, daya karo Bhagavan. Daya karo, daya karo, daya karo Bhagavan. I cannot live without you. I cannot live without you. The power behind my life. The power behind my life. Yesu Vishnu Sai Ram Gopal Radhe Sai Krishna. Yesu Vishnu Sai Ram Gopal Radhe Sai Krishna. Daya karo, Thank you. Thank you, Sai Baba, for this fantastic opportunity. I'm really delighted. Thank you so much for all your lovely hearts here today. I'm going to end with a very popular bhajan, or at least it is on YouTube. This is Mother, Oh Mother Sai. Mother, oh Mother Sai Ma, you mean the whole world to me, Sai Ma. Mother, oh Mother Sai Ma, you mean the whole world to me, Sai Ma. Mother, oh Mother Sai Ma, you are the light of my life, Sai Ma. Trouble and despair, I call your name, you're always there. In times of trouble and despair, I call your name, you're always there. How can I thank you, oh dear Sai Ma, for all your patience and love, Sai Ma? How can we thank you, our dear Sai Ma, for all your patience and love, Sai Ma? Sai Ma, Ma, Sai Ma, Sai Ma, Sai Ma. Mother, oh Mother Sai Ma, you mean the whole world to me, Sai Ma. Mother, oh Mother Sai Ma, you mean the whole world to me, Sai Ma. Mother, oh Mother Sai Ma, you are the light of my life, Sai Ma. Mother, oh Mother Sai Ma, you are the light of my life, Sai Ma. Sai Ma, Ma, Sai Ma, Ma, Sai Ma, Ma, Sai Ma. In times of trouble and despair, I call your name, you're always there. In times of trouble and despair, I call your name, you're always there. How can I thank you, oh dear Sai Ma, for all your patience and love, Sai Ma? How can we thank you, oh dear Sai Ma, for all your patience and love, Sai Ma? Ma, Sai Ma, Ma, Sai Ma. Whole world to me, Sai Ma. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Thank you for my dear brother and sister.
Om Shri Sai Ram. What a wonderful performance. Please give Sister Helen and her team a lovely round of applause again. Sister Helen would like to thank you for coming all the way to come and be with us. Understand you have to travel far, so we really appreciate it. But before you go, we would like to just provide you with a little token of appreciation. So I believe, Shivani? Yes. Now getting the stage ready for what I believe is our final stage item of the day. Yes, how time flies when we're having fun. So, as you've heard, in case you didn't know, this year the theme is Journey to Sai. And it is a journey. And the journey started, well, I suppose for the pilgrimage. Officially, we had our first meeting. It was via Zoom, wasn't it, back in January. But really, the journey, for some of us, it started many years ago. Who knows? The Lord knows. Maybe for some of us, it started several lifetimes ago. And the journey continues still. But in terms of a physical journey, around 300 people, around 300, yes, were blessed to make that sacred, heartfelt journey to the divine lotus feet in Prashanti Nilayam. And there were plenty more of us, myself included, who weren't able to make that trip, but who nonetheless felt that we were with you all. So that was the journey to Sai, and you must have heard so much about it, but I'm sure you're wanting to hear some more. And so we're going to have a panel discussion. Facilitating this panel discussion is the Region 5 Vice President, Brother Ketan Parma. And we're going to have 6 devotees, I believe. Is it 6? Well, all right, 6 along with Ketan. Good, I'm just counting the number of chairs, making sure I can count. So they're going to have 6 devotees who were blessed to be on that pilgrimage all the way back in July, August. July, August doesn't seem that far away, but it was the summer. The sun was shining. Do you remember that? Nice and warm. Do you get warm weather here up north? Do you? No, somebody said no. I'm going to... Okay, right. Okay, I believe they are more or less ready for the panel discussion. So as I say, Brother Ketan will be handling the proceedings from now on. So please welcome these brothers and sisters for the panel discussion. Jai Sai Ram.
Offering my love to Bhagwan Baba and gratitude for this opportunity. Jai Sai Ram, everyone. I hope you've had a lovely day celebrating Bhagwan's birthday nationally here up north with us. And I'm sure those of you who have traveled have felt a few degrees temperature difference. Yes, I can tell who's not from Region 5, those of you who are sat with your jumpers and your cardigans on. So, my name is Ketan, as Brother Ronnie said, and today we have a very special item. We're going to be having a panel discussion about the recent UK pilgrimage to Prashanti Nilayam, which took place over the summer and was titled Journey to Sai. Now, for those of us who had attended the pilgrimage. This serves as a useful and a sweet reminder of all the little memories that occurred when we were there. For those of us who couldn't attend, it's a really nice summary of all the backstory and the front story at the pilgrimage. So I'd like to introduce my panelists today. So starting at the far end, we have Sister Deepa Hattangadi from Leicester Central Centre. We have Vasuki Auntie, Mrs. Vasuki Ishwara Kumar, who's from Merton Centre, and she is the National Joint Bal Vikas Coordinator. We have Brother Balraj Sharma, who is from London Central Sai Centre and is the Centre President there, followed by Brother Shakti Shanmugathasan, who's from Merton Centre and is the Deputy National President. And finally, next to me, we have Brother Santosh Sharma, who's the Centre President at Leeds Sai Centre, but also the Region 5 Joint Spiritual Coordinator. So quite a nice spread for our panel discussion today. So to start with, I'd like to ask Brother Shakti yourself, that you were leading the pilgrimage planning. Can you briefly tell us how and where it all started?
Jai Sai Ram to one and all. It's so nice to be here today, and seeing all the Sevadals wearing the scarves brought back many happy memories of only a couple of months ago. And it's so nice to see so many of you who were on the pilgrimage with us. In terms of the planning of the pilgrimage, it started in the summer of 2022. We realized that the last national pilgrimage to Prashanti was in 2015. So by then it was already 7 years. Given all the turmoils that we've had within the organization and with COVID, that it was time to recharge our batteries and to think about going back to the source. We as a UK National Council thought it would be a good idea to organise a pilgrimage. And as you know, it's a lot of work and time and effort that goes into the planning. And so it took a year for the whole project to come to fruition. So we firstly had to get the permission from Prashanti, and we announced it at last birthday celebrations. And then from January onwards, we opened the registration and then had all the meetings. We had 5 meetings, 2 of them national, 3 of them regional, and lots of sadhana that went into the planning. And I'm sure we'll hear from the other panelists about the events that unfolded before and during the pilgrimage.
Thank you, brother. So can you tell us how many devotees roughly attended the pilgrimage this year?
In total, there was roughly around 300 devotees.
Fantastic.
And over 50 of those were children.
Great. So hands up, who attended the pilgrimage? Let's see. A nice spread all the way around the room. So with so many devotees, I'm guessing that when you were planning, you planned activities which were holistic. There was something for everyone.
Yes, we did. One of the differences to past pilgrimages was it wasn't centered around one group. For example, I've been on the Sai Mahima pilgrimages in the past, which was centered around the Bal Vikas children, and I'm sure some of you would have been on the youth pilgrimages or service-orientated pilgrimages. But given that this is the first time in 7 or 8 years that we were going on a pilgrimage, we wanted to make sure that all groups were included. For example, the Bal Vikas children, we wanted to make sure there were some Bhajans, we wanted to make sure, if possible, that we could do some service opportunities in Prashanti. So we wanted to get as many people involved as possible.
Fantastic. So, like you said, there was opportunities for a variety of devotees to take part. So Santosh Bhai, to you, you're, I know, a keen Veda chanter. So was the opportunity to chant Veda in Prashanti the key reason for you attending this pilgrimage?
Not exactly. So let me take everyone back to the early days of the pilgrimage planning. So I think this was first announced around the end of last year, just after the birthday celebrations. So like most people, we were very excited about the idea of going on a pilgrimage. Every visit to Prashanti is special, but being part of a much larger group, going together and offering things to Swami makes it much more special. So we were quite excited, but not really sure. We had not made up our minds on whether we would be able to undertake the trip with young children in the family. So we were thinking twice of whether we should be really putting our name forward for it or not. And then we started having conversations within the family, and my daughter Anushya started telling lots of different things. So one day while we were going to school in the car, she suddenly asked a question to me saying that, Appa, I wanted to see the real Baba. You've shown me, lots of videos of Radio Sai, and I've seen a lot of darshan videos, but now I want to, see the real Baba there in Prashanti. So this got me really thinking that, yeah, this is a signal from Bhagwan that we should, now just make up our minds and put our name forward and book our tickets to the trip. So that's what we did. And then details started emerging about all the offerings that were planned, about Vedam, music, the Seva offerings and everything else. So that's how, I really got involved with some of the planning around the Vedam chanting, and then the whole group came together, and finally it culminated in, some of us getting the opportunity to chant Vedam in front of Swami.
Lovely, lovely. Now, Brother Bali, you weren't planning to attend the pilgrimage originally because you had attended the CLC. So what changed your mind?
Yeah, Om Shri Saram. I actually, in January, February, had planned, was deciding between attending CLC or the pilgrimage, and I decided to elect for the CLC. And during the course of the next few months, between March and June, I had been attending the sadhana meetings. And it was on one of the last sadhana meetings before I was going to leave to go to Bharti for the CLC, which was on Saturday, the 3rd of June. And I remember I was at West Harrow Sai Centre with Pratap Bhai there, and all the discussions were ongoing about the oncoming pilgrimage, and there was something inside me where for a moment I closed my eyes and just shut down for a minute, and then was thinking that I really would like to go to the pilgrimage. I've never been before. And then suddenly there was a sort of voice from internally within me which said, you must go. Here's your opportunity. You must go to the pilgrimage. And I saw that instantly as a sign from Swami. So during the course of lunch, I approached Pratap Bhai and actually asked him, look, I've not registered. I've been attending the sadhana meetings. Is there an opportunity? And he said, absolutely. You can register online. A couple of days later, on actually Monday the 5th of June, I went to work, and it transpired that the project that I was working on got cancelled, and I was given 4 weeks' notice. So rather than being despondent, my initial thought was, oh, hang on, that coincides quite nicely with the date I'm leaving, going to Bharti for the CLC. But now I can possibly extend my trip into August to also continuously go from the CLC into the pilgrimage. I then contacted my travel agent about rebooking my airlines, and they came back and they informed me that the price was $999, the new price of the ticket, and that adds up to a number 9. So I saw that as a sign of Swami yet again. And I think the icing on the cake for me was really that on the journey there, I was with a brother of mine, and I kept mentioning to him, there's a bhajan that's going on in my mind continuously, which was Jagdish Daya Karoma. And as we arrived there, which was for Guru Purnima, and we went to our first session, that was one of the first bhajans that was played. So yet another sign from Swami. So, yeah.
Thank you so much, Brother Santosh and Bali. And it just shows that Bhagwan gives us all a unique and personally meaningful sign. And we just have to acknowledge that. It could be through others, it could be from within. So, and there's signs everywhere in everything we do every day, and we just have to look for them. Now, I'm going to move to the sisters. So, Sister Deepa, you took part in bhajan singing and the musical offering, from what I understand, which must have required a lot of practice. Now, on this pilgrimage, it wasn't just going to Prashanti. There was the bit before, the pre-pilgrimage and the post-pilgrimage journey as well. And there's a learning opportunity at every point in this journey. So what do you think Bhagwan was teaching you through these multiple practices which you were attending?
Jai Sai Ram. So I was participating in the musical offering and the bhajans as well. And my daughter was in the play. So literally every weekend, every Friday, Saturday and Sunday, we were in London. And it was quite hectic. And we had just got a puppy. So it was really hard. My husband used to sit in the car, wait with the puppy, and while we used to go and practice and come back. So it wasn't easy. But I remember the talk given by Brother Chuda Sama in one of the prayer meetings that we had. He said it's going to be intense and it's not going to be easy. The practice sessions were not easy. The stay in Prashanti was not easy, but in terms of physicality, I mean. But the lessons we learned were very precious. That's going to live with us forever. One of the lessons I learned was integrity. I saw that all the youth, the members of the musical offering and the bhajan group, without faltering, they would come for the practice every single time. Some of them are practicing doctors, some of them are working, some of them are studying. But still, nobody faltered, and everybody attended every single practice. And the end result was really worth it. Also learned forbearance and patience. I would say that not every time our suggestions would be welcome, not every time our thought processes would match, but then everybody worked for the highest good, for the highest purpose. It was not me, we all brought us into the practice sessions. It was not what I have to say. It is not what he is important, so he has to be given importance, nothing like that. And everybody worked towards one goal of reaching Swami through our musical offering and through our bhajan sessions. And I think towards the end, we really missed all the get-togethers, the practice sessions. We used to have a lot of fun. Not just the mummies used to cook such wonderful meals for us. And the camaraderie between the youth group was so lovely to see. It was so heartening to see such beautiful talents within the youth. God bless, and I'm sure Swami has blessed all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, sister. And yes, I think we can all relate to when we attend practices on a local, regional, national level, the food from the mummies is fantastic. And it's such a cultural spread as well, which is great. So, Sister Deepa, you had a lot to juggle because you were in bhajans, you were in the musical offering, but then your daughter was also part of the Bal Vikas offering. And this brings me nicely to Vasuki Auntie. So you had the job of directing the fantastic Bal Vikas play offering, which was done in Prashanti during the pilgrimage. So can you tell us briefly what the play was about?
Sairamal, first of all, I won't say I'm the director. He is the director. We are all actors in this drama. I know when Ketan asked how many of you went on this pilgrimage this year, I'm just asking how many of you will join next time when we go on the pilgrimage. That's good. That's good. How many parents are here who came for this year's pilgrimage? Quite a few is here. So to start with, the title for the play was Samasta Loka Sukhino Bhavantu. May all the beings in all the worlds be happy. Altogether, 52 children participated nationally. So in the beginning, we had Zoom practices from February. Then we had fortnight practices for few regions who are closer to Region 1. So Region 1, 2, and 6 had almost 2 to 3 practice a month, plus national practice every month. We catered according to the commitment and the distance of the children and things like that. So little ones like Anisha, she came for only last 2 or 3 practice, but she thoroughly enjoyed. She runs around with a unicorn headband on her head, and she was bubbly. So so the practices were designed in a way that it's comfortable for everyone. Like Krisha was not there every practice, but she was there for whatever needed. All the recordings, audio recordings were done remotely. Some of them in the Mandir as well, in Sai Mandir. Other than that, we chose few small stories, because when I said, this is the theme I'm going to do, some of the elders were asking me, why 5 elements? Because it is difficult for you to bring all 5 elements within half an hour. But somehow I thought, oh, no, we need to do something regarding elements. So we chose few short stories and brought all 5 elements together. I won't say it was an easy ride, but with the help of parents, teachers, and young adults, I think we did a good job. So thank you to Swami.
I think that's very humbly put. It was a grand job. And just imagine, how many children took part, Auntie?
52.
Wow.
Yeah.
And that's across
52,
the UK.
and around 12 of them were under 9 years old.
Mm-hmm.
So the youngest was 4.
Oh, fantastic. So, Auntie, can you tell us, why did you choose this theme of 5 elements? Because it's quite a unique topic.
Unique topic, and first when I thought about it, I didn't have a proper idea, a structure, how to do this. But I wanted to do this because the children should learn the current situation, how it's going to be, and they should learn to respect and use the 5 elements very carefully for the future generations as well. By the way things are going, we may have to buy oxygen to breathe. So it's just the latest one, rather than going for Mahabharata or Ramayana, something relevant to the current situation. And something we can give the message easily to everyone.
Fantastic. So a learning for the audience,
as
but
well
a
as
learning
the
for the children as well. Fantastic. Thank you, Auntie, for sharing that. So, as we said, you managed to coordinate this whole play nationally, Zoom practices, a handful of in-person practices, inputs from young adults, local devotees. What a fantastic team effort. I think the Bal Vikas play does deserve a round of applause in itself. Now, regular practices were a norm for Veda chanting, musical offering, bhajan singing. So devotees were quite busy, but for everyone, there was lots of encouragement to uptake personal and group sadhana this time. So Brother Shakti, there was reasonable emphasis on pre-pilgrimage sadhana. So you had the sadhana meetings, the prayer meetings. So why did you and the team feel it was important to do this for the pilgrimage?
I think to answer that, we need to go back to the theme and the title, which is Journey to Sai. And from my experience and from the experience of many others who've been on pilgrimages, the sadhana is the foundation or the bedrock. It's based on the amount of effort we put in, is commensurate to how much darshan and blessings we get from Swami when we're there. So we knew from the start that we needed to put a lot of effort into the planning of the sadhana. My experience of being on pilgrimages is from the Sai Mahima pilgrimages, which were for the Bal Vikas children. And for all of those pilgrimages, the sadhana was absolutely crucial in terms of the effort we put in beforehand. So we drew from some of that, and it was also the case for the youth pilgrimages and other pilgrimages that were taken from the UK. That the pilgrimage the sadhana is crucial. So we designed or redesigned the spiritual diaries that were used in the past, brought them a little bit more up to date. We had different sadhana opportunities for the children and for the adults. And we had various things that were put up on the website to encourage everyone's individual sadhana, so that we can, benefit them the most when we're there, and also to bring those messages back home.
Yes. So you mentioned Sai Mahima pilgrimages. So have you had any experience on a Sai Mahima pilgrimage that encouraged you about these sadhana activities?
I think that the memory that sticks most in my mind was from the first pilgrimage in 1994, where a smaller group of children and parents and Bal Vikas teachers went to, it was actually in Brindavan rather than in Prashanti, because it was a time when the cyclement hall was being built. So we had to go every day from hotels in Bangalore to Sairamesh Hall. And we were there, I think it was for about 3 weeks. For the first 2 weeks, we had no attention from Swami at all, even though we were doing prayers. And at the start of the final week, the parents were getting quite agitated, thinking, what's going to happen? Are we going to have to leave soon? So on a Sunday evening, just before the start of the final week, we all decided to chant the Gayatri Mantra in our hotel 1,008 times, including the small children. And the very next morning, Swami came to us and spoke to the children and said, when do you want to do the play? So from then, that thought and notion that Swami listens to our prayers, and it's really been instilled in all the children who went then, that the sadhana is crucial to the benefit that we get, and Swami listens to our prayers, as other speakers have said earlier today.
Yes.
So that was
fantastic, a very profound experience there. Thank you, brother. So I'm sure this sadhana was very important for all of us who attended, because arriving in Prashanti would have found you even busier than we were here. So that there may have been Veda practicing going on, music practicing, play rehearsals, but what kept everything moving was the dedicated service of the volunteers. And Bhagwan emphasizes service so much. It's a silent sadhana that just occurs in the background and keeps everything moving. So, Brother Bali, what types of service activities did you participate in at the pilgrimage?
Yeah, I'm going to focus on 3. One of them was, because I was there before the pilgrimage began, one of them was on receiving the beautiful saris that the ladies had selected. So there were 4 different colours selected for the ladies, and the delivery had to come from Chennai to Bharti. So receiving the delivery, guiding them on, they came to our room, then guiding that where to be taken, liaising with the accommodation office, and then helping the couriers actually stack that in the room. There was a room in the North Block, N4, where they had to be stacked. So have an opportunity to facilitate that was wonderful.
And how many was there?
How many?
How many saris was there in total?
There were over 400 saris and 300 scarves, I think it was. So, yeah, it was it was a wonderful, wonderful selection for the ladies there. And then the second service opportunity was actually with the accommodation office, liaising with them. So there were some devotees who I knew would contact, informing that they arrive in this time, can you guide me to the accommodation office? Contacted the accommodation office, let them know if anyone's arriving late. And as part of that service, actually, got to know the accommodation officer, I won't name, but got to know him really well as well. And the third type of service I wanted to focus on was an opportunity to be part of the Seva team to guide on the men's side, to guide and help them from the North Block accommodation to Kulbantul. So we devised a system where we had 5 teams there. There was a Bal Vikas, there was a youth, and then 3 groups for the adults. And then my role there was to take the group in a disciplined manner, in a route that we had pre-planned every morning and afternoon. And as part of that service, actually also was a rotational system that I presented, which was for each of the 5 groups, them all to go into Kulwant Hall each day on a different rotation, so that group number 1 would go in and sit at the front, so we have a fair system. And the challenge there really was that getting everyone seated as quickly and in a disciplined manner as quick as possible. And I got to observe actually Swami students who, without much help, much sort of noise, they come in silently and they all sit down in perfect sequence, and I noticed that both on, of course, the men's and the ladies' side as well. So that was something for us to all learn from. And indeed, I think part of this role, I felt a lot of sort of responsibility, times of being anxious that, you know, is this going to go well? Because we want to make sure we maintain our discipline, you know, we're in front of Swami. So that was, yeah, it was a highly rewarding activity.
So sometimes we may hesitate to take up a service opportunity, worrying that we might miss out another opportunity. So if we're volunteering in the canteen, we might miss the guest speaker's talk or Helen's lovely singing. Along your service journey, did you feel like that at all?
Yes, yeah. There was one evening, there was a meeting held by the Prashanti Bhajan group, and it was a meeting on bhajan practices and how to conduct bhajans, led by brothers Ame Deshpande and Ravi Kumar. And I decided to come along and join that. And as that was being prepared, I got a call from Pradap Bhai saying he needed some help. And I had informed him that I'm more than happy to help in any activity. So as I was walking from the sadhana hall, the satsang hall, sorry, to Kulwant hall, there was a niggling doubt in my mind that I wonder what they're discussing. I suppose the monkey mind was at work. You know, just thinking about what they would be discussing at the bhajan meeting. But when I arrived for the service activity, I was really pleased. It was getting the preparations ready for the Bal Vikas students for their play. And there was a room where it had to be cleaned. So just mopping the room, tidying the room up. And it felt a real honor to be able to do that. Now, as a result of conducting that service, I got to witness all the Bal Vikas 52 children actually practicing the night before and going into Kulwant Hall, and they were fantastic. They were, you know, practicing late into the night. We were 10, 10:30. But it was wonderful to see them. But then, at that time at night in Kulwant Hall, it's a completely different atmosphere. It's very quiet, and you're in such close proximity to Swami and the Samadhi there that you cannot help but get pulled towards it. So on one side, the children were practicing. The other side, I felt an energy, an attraction, an humbling feeling to be that close to Swami. So I think having missed out on the bhajan practice, or the bhajan meeting, but having given the opportunity for this service was a blessing. And in hindsight, what occurred in the bhajan meeting was informed to me anyway by my fellow brothers from a summary. So yeah, I thank Swami for the opportunity for that service and that sequence of events.
Yes, great. Thank you so much for sharing that. And it just shows that Bhagwan knows long term, we only think short term a lot of the time. So thank you, Brother Bali. Now, talking of bhajans, bhajan singing is close to many of our hearts. Now, Sister Deepa, you did bhajan auditioning in Prashanti with the Prashanti Bhajan group. And as part of that, you must have received some feedback. So can you share with us some of the feedback which Brother Anirudh, I believe, gave to you as a group, which could benefit all of us here?
So I was a nervous wreck when I heard there's going to be a bhajan audition in Prashanti. Brother Satish had done the audition here, and I had thankfully got through that. But we were told that you may or may not be able to sing there. You never know what's going to happen in the Prashanti audition. We were told just 10, Brother Satish himself didn't know because Brother Anirudh was away. And when he came back, we just had about 10 minutes notice to run from one hall to the other. There was a group meeting which Shakti Bhai had called for, and then we were told in the meeting that there's going to be an audition in 10 minutes, so come to the double-decker room. So we just ran, and I was a complete nervous wreck. I'm a Hindustani classical vocalist, but I had never been to the auditions like this before, and I didn't know what to expect. Brother Anirudh arrived, and I was just a bundle of nerves, and But when he came inside, he was such an unassuming personality, so humble, no arrogance, totally down to earth, and I could hardly hear him speak to Brother Satish. I don't know if Brother Satish could hear him really well, but he was so soft-spoken and so polite. And he never made any rude remarks or pointing to anything negative. And whatever feedback he gave behind to Brother Satish, never pointed to us and said, "You're not doing this right." Or he just said it in a very positive way. Some of the, he gave us some pointers and said that we could share it with the wider audience when we go back to our respective places. I'd like to give a few points that I remember. I'm sure Brother Satish has an exhaustive list because he was in touch with him personally, but whatever I could remember, the first thing I remember is he said when we sing Om, the Om has to be on one single note. A lot of us do Om, but he said it has to be just on one single note. So that's one of the points he said. The other thing is when bhajans are sung in the Samiti or anywhere, they have to be like a tick mark. So we start the Ganesha bhajan, and the next two bhajans, this is with relation to the speed of the bhajans. So the next couple of bhajans or 3 bhajans have to be slightly lower in pace, and then it again picks up, ultimately ending in a crescendo. So like a tick mark, like that. I believe this is not anything new concocted by the Prashanti Bhajan group or anybody. This was said by Swami himself many decades ago. And I only learned this from my dad, who was into this fold, but he never shared this with me before. But when I said this is what they said, he was like, yeah, that's what we do in our Samiti. And the next point was, when they give the intro with the harmonium, we have to start the bhajans within a couple of seconds. Don't give a gap trying to see what the Shruti is. So you'll have to have enough practice beforehand to immediately start after the intro. I think a couple of times we made that mistake. A few of us just delayed start. I think it was just the first bhajan session that we sang, so that was the feedback we received. Also, the landing note that we end on, if a line ends, whenever a line ends, the landing note should not be fizzled off. You have to stay on it and end it very gracefully, not fizzling it off or not being sure of. So of course, all these things come with a little bit of practice and having a little bit of knowledge of the Shrutis and practice. For me, the biggest takeaway was from the bhajan singing there and from everything that's happened is that, with relation to bhajans especially, is that we always think that the bhajan coordinators select our bhajans, but it's actually Swami doing it. They are just being instruments in Swami's hands. I had I don't know if you have time, I can just relate a very small incident. I was set to sing Hara Ganga Chathadhara Gauri Shankara, and it was a bhajan I had not sung for 25 years almost. So that morning we sang that bhajan, and the previous day for the bhajan workshop, the brothers mentioned that the same point, that the bhajan coordinators select the bhajans, but it is actually Swami doing it because somebody's prayer is answered somewhere. Somebody's yearning is being answered through our bhajans. And this actually happened with our bhajan. So I sang with, I think, Vaishali, Ganga Jatadhara. And that very session, there was a gentleman who happened to be my granddad's tenant, and he had not met my father for about 55, 60 years. And now he was a very old man and walking with walking sticks, and he had to be helped to walk. And they apparently met outside after the bhajans, and he said to my dad, I don't know who sang this bhajan, but I've been waiting to hear this bhajan for decades. And this was Swami working through us, through Brother Satish, through all of us, through the bhajan committee, and we got this opportunity. So this is one of the takeaways. We always assume that, we always think that it is the coordinators, but no, it is actually the Swami.
Thank you, Sister Deepa, and a very, very important message there. We often take it upon ourselves that we're managing this, we're organizing this, it has to be this way, it has to be that way, but it's not us at all. It's him working through us or those who are instructing us. Now, the Bal Vikas play involved 52 children, all needing to get from the UK to Prashanti.
in good time for the practices and the play. Now, Vasuki Auntie, did you experience any major challenge in which you felt Bhagwan's guidance?
There was many challenges. There was many challenges, but the major challenge was one of the boys who were taking part as the Hanuman. He had some health issues, but when he went to the hospital for his appointment, the day he was supposed to travel, they asked him to stay in the hospital. They hospitalized him, so he couldn't travel.
So he was hospitalized in the UK?
In the UK, the day before he's supposed to leave. So the family has to cancel the tickets, and he was in the hospital crying throughout 24/7. Mother was crying, and I was traveling the following day. He was supposed to come with me. I mean, they were joining us. So what I told the mom is, give me the costumes, I'll take it to Parthi, we'll see what happens. And the doctors were saying 3 days, 4 days, we need to see how he's, recovering from the treatment kind of thing. So mom came home, she was in tears, gave me the costumes, and it was a challenge just to take the costumes away from a child who is supposed to take part as Hanuman or any part. And at the same time, back of my mind, it's going, who am I going to replace if he can't come next week? And if I replace someone, who is going to take that part? It's like a domino effect, right? If it's here, we can arrange someone, give 24/7 practice and do it. It's not possible there. Anyhow, the continuous phone calls, prayers, and he arrived on Sunday night or Monday morning. Still, he was really sick, but he came for the practices, even though he didn't practice with us. He was just sitting there and watching. On the play day, he did really well, and he has recovered from his health issue very quickly after coming to Parthi and came back. Because from February to July, he lost 12 kilos. Right? Now, if you see him, he has put on 6 kilos. So it's very happy to see him, and it was his first time. And I don't think he can go and participate as a Bal Vikas student next time because he is 15 now. So it was a wonderful experience where continuous praying helped us.
And that child's innocent conviction to offer his small role, which must have been a couple of minutes.
Couple of minutes. Most of them are a couple of minutes, yes. Rather than the children who were living locally for us to train.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you, Auntie, for sharing that. Now, my final, very short question to Brother Santosh. So you went to Prashanthi, you chanted Veda, you must have had multiple experiences there. What's one thing you've brought back with you to the UK?
It's a very difficult one to just pick one, experience or learning from that whole trip. But I think overall, from a Vedam chanting perspective, I think it was the humbling experience of having got the opportunity to chant Vedam sitting in that white marble area before, Swami's Mahasamadhi. When you think about chanting Namakam, you are literally chanting Namakam in the front of Lord Rudra himself. So, I think the whole experience of, having got the opportunity of chanting Vedam along with the rest of the group, although we had planned to chant Vedam, I think 2 or 3 days on mic, but we ended up getting opportunity to do it only once on the 2nd of August, I think. That's when the other children also offered flowers to Swami Samadhi. But I think in the end, we were all eternally thankful to Swami that he trained us through the course of 6 months or so, prepared us to come and present Vedam over there. And for all of us, the combined feeling at the end was that we should, repay this faith that Swami has shown in us by coming back into the UK and then training more people to come and, chant Vedam the next time we go on a pilgrimage. So this time, I think we had about 20-25 people, brothers and sisters, who got to chant Vedam. Next time, I think when we go, we should be in the hundreds, so that, that's much more, effort and vibration from our side when we offer that before Bhagavan.
What a lovely goal. And that would be fantastic if on the next pilgrimage, Brother Shakti, if we can have that number of Veda chanters.
I'm certain there will be a pilgrimage in the next year or two. Maybe not next year, but certainly probably the year after.
So please start practicing Vedam, please start practicing Bhajans, please start practicing songs for the next pilgrimage. Now, time is upon us. Let's have a round of applause for our fantastic panel members, everyone. Thank you to them all for sharing their personal experiences. I spoke to each of them for half an hour on the phone, so obviously 40 minutes was never going to be enough. But I hope this has brought some flavours of the pilgrimage to you all and some behind the scenes as well. Thank you, everybody. Jai Sai Ram.
जन्मदिन में साई तुझे कोटि प्रणाम करेंगे। तुझे कोटि प्रणाम करेंगे, तुझे कोटि प्रणाम करेंगे। जन्मदिन में साई तुझे कोटि प्रणाम करेंगे। तेरी जन्मभूमि में साई आए बिछड़े बहन भाई। तेरी पूजा करने बाबा तेरी प्रसादी में आएंगे। तेरे जन्मदिन में साई तुझे कोटि प्रणाम करेंगे। धन्य हो ईश्वरामा मेरे साई को तुमने जन्मा। तेईस नवंबर को बाबा साई भजनों का गान करेंगे। 23 नवंबर को बाबा साई भजनों का गान करेंगे। तेरे जन्मदिन में साई तुझे कोटि प्रणाम करेंगे। तुझे कोटि प्रणाम करेंगे, तुझे कोटि प्रणाम करेंगे। तेरे जन्मदिन में साई तुझे कोटि प्रणाम करेंगे। तेरी जन्मभूमि में साई आए बिछड़े बहन भाई। तेरी पूजा करने बाबा तेरी प्रशांति में आएंगे। तेरे जन्मदिन में साई तुझे कोटि प्रणाम करेंगे। धन्य हो ईश्वरामा मेरे साई को तुमने जन्मा। 23 नवंबर को बाबा साई भजनों का गान करेंगे। 23 नवंबर को बाबा साई भजनों का गान करेंगे। Happy birthday to you, Sai. birthday to you, Sai Rama. Happy birthday to you, Sai Baba. Happy birthday to you, Sai Rama. Happy birthday to you, Sai Baba. Happy birthday to you, Sai Rama. Happy birthday to you, Sai Baba. Happy birthday to you, Sai Rama. Happy birthday to you, Sai Baba. Happy birthday to you, Sai Rama. Happy birthday to you, Sai Baba. Happy birthday to you, Sai Rama. Happy birthday to you, Sai Baba. Happy birthday to you, Sai Rama. Happy birthday to you, Sai Baba. Happy birthday to you, Sai Rama. Happy birthday to you, Sai Baba. Happy birthday to you, Sai Rama. Happy birthday to you, Sai Baba. Happy birthday to you, Sai Rama. Happy birthday to you, Sai Baba.
Jai Sai Ram. It's been a wonderful day. Let's recap the program. I'll add some things on the way. Prayers and Bhajans, a discourse from Swami on realizing oneself and how love is the key. Pratap Bhai's welcome and the highlight reel, a warm fuzzy feeling inside I did feel. Thank you, Brother Jagdish, for your excellent talks. From time over the years when with Swami you did walk. The celebrated deities are merely officers of Sai. He is above all of this, yet we see him walk casually by. The drive from within, it's so important to yearn, to view each experience as an opportunity to learn. Then we saw Jesus and Hanuman. They met up after a long time. Why fear when I'm here, they told us. Let Swami within shine. Thank you, dear Helen, and the musicians too. You really touched our hearts with songs and messages old and new. Thanks to the pilgrimage panel for reliving their trip. Many stories and signs of how Swami holds us tight in his grip. Thanks to the school and to all the volunteers. Thanks to the altar team, they deserve a big cheer. The catering team have looked after us so well. The dishes were so tasty, cooked with love, you can tell. Thanks to the bakers for so many cakes, the Jhula and birthday song, a birthday they make. Great work, media team, both here and on the live stream. Sairam to you at home, I hope you've enjoyed what you've seen. Lots of video and audio, the team moved very fast. At the desk and on the stage, not an easy task. But in singers and musicians, you brought us so much bliss. Without you on this journey to Sai, there's a lot we would miss. Biggest thanks go to Swami, who's guided us from the start, working together, overcoming challenges and guiding us in our hearts. Thanks to the gurus and those in the creche, the children were kept busy, their minds were kept fresh. Staying with the children, journey to Sai, what does it mean? From the Bal Vikas children, a lot we can glean. Our life is our journey, so let's take a closer look, full of challenges, sacrifices, and love, to be lived, not found in a book. The service that we do makes Swami happy, planting trees, supporting Syria, or taking your food bank some nappies. Seeing Sai in others, in everyone we meet, our journey to Sai surely comes right back to our seats. What can we do? How can we progress? Love all and serve all, be happy and don't stress. Get involved in your centres, get involved where you live. You'll see Swami's hand in everything, the more time you can give. Our journey to Sai takes us back to our hearts. We're embodiments of love, we're all divine sparks. The next event is National Christmas on Saturday, December 16, at Southborough School in Region 1. To welcome you there, we're all keen. With Bhajans and Arathi, we'll close now for today. Please take some prasadam and snacks for your journey on the motorway. We hope to see you soon, and on behalf of Region 5, thank you, Sairam, have a safe and pleasant drive.
जय बोलो भजरे नारायण हरि नारायण हरि नारायण भजो रे 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 श्याम सुंदरा मदन गोपाला मदन गोपाला श्याम सुंदरा मदन गोपाला सच्चिदानंदा साई गोपाला सच्चिदानंदा साई गोपाला गोपालना गोपी गोपालना गोपी गोपालना भजो रे गोपी गोपालना गोपी गोपालना भजो गोपालना गोपी गोपालना गोपी गोपालना भजो रे गोपी गोपालना गोपी गोपालना नारायण साई नारायण साई नारायण भजो रे नारायण हरि नारायण हरि नारायण भजो रे नारायण हरि नारायण हरि नारायण भजो रे नारायण हरि नारायण हरि नारायण भजो रे हरि नारायण हरि नारायण हरि नारायण भजो रे 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 श्याम सुंदरा मदन गोपाला मदन गोपाला सच्चिदानंदा साई गोपाला साई गोपाला गोपालना गोपी गोपालना गोपी गोपालना भजो रे गोपालना गोपी गोपालना गोपी गोपालना भजो रे नारायण हरि नारायण हरि नारायण भजो रे नारायण हरि नारायण हरि नारायण भजो रे नारायण Hari Narayana, Hari Narayana, Bhajore.
Narayana, Hari Narayana, Hari Narayana, Bhajore.
Narayana Bhajore,
Narayana Bhajore.
Hari Narayana Bhajore,
Hari Narayana Bhajore.
Hari Narayana Bhajore,
Narayana Bhajore.
Sai Narayana Bhajore,
Narayana Bhajore.
Narayana Bhajore,
Narayana Bhajore.
Hari Narayana Bhajore,
Narayana Bhajore.
Hari Narayana Bhajore,
Narayana Bhajore.
Sai Narayana Bhajore,
Sai Narayana Bhajore.
Sai Narayana Bhajore,
Sai Narayana Bhajore.
Narayana, Hari Narayana, Hari Narayana Bhajore.
Om Jai Jagdish Hare Swami Sathya Sai Hare Bhakta Jana Samrakshaka Bhakta Jana Samrakshaka Pati Maheshwara Om Jai Jagdish Hare Sashivadana Shikara Sarva Pranapati Swami Sarva Pranapate Ashrita Kalpalatika Ashrita Kalpalatika Apad Bandhava Om Jai Jagadish Hare Mata Pita Guru Deva Mari Antayunide Swami Mari Antayunide Nada Brahma Jagannath Nada Brahma Jagannath Nagendra Shayana Om Jai Jagadish Hare Omkara Rupa Ojasvingo Sai Mahadeva Satya Sai Mahadeva Mangala Arati Amruko Mangala Arati Amruko Mangala Giridhari Om Jai Jagadish Hare Narayana Narayana Om Satya Narayana 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 Om Narayana Narayana Om Satya Narayana Narayana Om Satya Narayana Narayana Om Jai Sadguru Deva Narayana Narayana Om Satya Narayana 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 Om Narayana Narayana Om Satya Narayana Narayana Om Satya Narayana Narayana Om Jai Sadguru Deva Narayana Narayana Om Satya Narayana 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 Om Narayana Narayana Om Satya Narayana Narayana Om Satya Narayana Narayana Om Jai Sadguru Deva Om Shanti 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 Samastaloka Sukhino Bhavantu Samastaloka Sukhino Bhavantu Samastaloka Sukhino Bhavantu जय बोलो भगवान श्री सत्य साई